Good evening and welcome to tonight's Warren City Council meeting. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, Madam Chair.
Mr. Bacamino?
I made it.
Ms. Comartin?
Present.
Mr. Green?
Here.
Mr. Liss?
I'm here.
Mr. Sadowski?
Here.
Mr. Stevens?
Present.
Ms. Vogt?
Here.
Mr. Warner?
Here.
Camp present.
Adoption of the consent agenda.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Green,
I'll support it.
support by Mr. Liss. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, I'll call the question. Mr. Green?
Yes.
Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Mr. Bacamino?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously.
Adoption of the agenda. Motion to approve with discussion.
Support. Support.
Motion by Mr. Sadowski, support by Ms. Vogt. Discussion, Mr. Sadowski.
Thank you, Madam President. I have a letter here from James Kovacek asking us to remove item number 19, which is JB Incorporated Step 1 liquor license transfer. Item 19 will be removed from the agenda. Also, I'd like to move item 7A. That's the approval of the check for Consumers Energy, and move that item to just below the approval of the contract. So that item will now be item 22A1. And also, when it comes time for the approval of the bills, Ms. Comartin asked to have an item removed and placed as 22A2, which is a check that also relates to Consumers Energy, but we'll get to that when we get to the list of bills. And I believe that is it for changes.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Liss.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On council business item 26A, which is my item, on a proposal to form a committee to review the courthouse needs study, I am expecting, I've talked to the court administrator, I'm expecting Chief Judge Schmorner to be here, the court administrator, maybe one other judge, and I'm asking the council's indulgence if we could move that item so that we don't keep the judges here long, before item 22, correspondence from the mayor, after item 21, if the council is so inclined.
Any objections to that request? So you'd like it to be like 21A?
Thank you.
I take that as a yes.
Okay, so that will make 21A was council item 26A. So item 21A was 26A, the court.
Any other discussion regarding the
Madam Chair?
agenda? Mr. Stevens.
Yes, I have a question for the council secretary. Item 21, at the end of it, states it was a 4-4 vote, no action taken, and it says second reading there.
It is the second reading of that.
Well, no action was taken on the first reading.
No, we did have a first reading on that item.
When we did the public hearing, we did the first reading.
Oh, originally way back. Okay,
Yes, sir.
I stand corrected.
Any other discussion regarding the agenda?
I'll
Mr.
read
I was
through
gonna
those
say, can you
changes one more
restate that?
time. Item number 19, which is the liquor transfer, was removed from the agenda. We moved item 7A, which is the check approval for Consumers Energy, after the approval of the contract, so that is now 22A1. And then we moved Mr. Liss's item, which was 26A under council business. We removed that to 21 26A on the agenda.
Okay. There's no other comments regarding the agenda. I'll call the question. Mr. Sadowski.
Yes.
Ms. Vogt.
Yes.
Mr. Warner.
Yes.
Mr. Stevens.
Yes.
Mr. Liss.
Yes.
Mr. Green.
Yes.
Ms. Comartin.
Yes.
Mr. Bacamino.
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously.
Next agenda item is number 6, approval of the minutes of the regular meeting of December 14th, 2010, and December 21st, 2010.
Need a motion and support on the minutes?
Motion to approve?
Support.
Motion by Mr. Sadowski, support by Mr. Liss. Any discussion? Go ahead and call the question. Mr. Sadowski.
Yes.
Mr. Liss.
Yes.
Mr. Green.
Yes.
Ms. Comartin.
Yes.
Mr. Bacamino.
Yes.
Mr. Warner.
Yes.
Ms. Vogt.
Yes.
Mr. Stevens.
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously.
Next item is number 7, approval of the bills.
Need a motion and support on the list of bills?
Madam Chair, I'll move approval of the bills.
Support.
Discussion, Madam Chair.
Motion by Mr. Liss, support by Mr. Green. Discussion, Ms. Comartin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Mr. Malasek. How are you? Good. Question for you. There is check number 086809, page 1 of the water bills. That's a consumer energy bill of $81.15. On this particular one, I know that we still haven't approved the contract, so I would like to remove this bill and put this after the contract. The second item that I wanted to talk to you about is the amount that's on here.
Yes, 69 cents.
Okay, and then I understand that with the contract, we're going to have some new discussion with the rates.
Right. And it's going to be changed to 67 cents. And so we've talked to consumers and they're going to give us a credit on our next bill.
Okay, so it will be, this particular bill will be honored at the 67 cents.
This one and the other one that
The-
just got removed from October, yes.
Correct, the one
Yep.
was from 7A to
To-
22A1.
Yes.
All right, very good. Second item, usually I'm always talking about the bills and things that happen with them, and going to check number 502181, page 9, NTH Consultants Incorporated, and that one is $1,724.69. Getting the backup on that one and seeing, really looking at it from a smaller perspective, Mr. Shadig, I just wanted to compliment you on your adjustments that you've done throughout the bills. I see even though they're smaller amounts and we're using them in other areas, you know, that you are looking at the amounts. I know we have different rates per hour depending on who's doing the work, and I see that you have been adjusting them on a regular basis, so, and making sure the hours are right. So I just appreciate the extra work that you're checking on these, even though they're smaller bills too.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you. That's all my comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Vogt.
I would make a motion that we remove check number 592020 so that it goes on the regular agenda.
That is check number 086809.
I'm sorry. Yep, I was looking at the fund number.
That's okay.
86809.
Correct. And I'll support that motion.
Motion by Ms. Vogt to remove check number 086809 to the regular agenda and support by Ms. Comartin. All in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? The item has been moved to the regular agenda. Any other discussion regarding the list of bills? Turn to the original motion by Mr. Liss and support by Mr. Green. Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Bachamino?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously.
Number 8. Number 8 is announcements.
Any members of council with announcements this evening?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Comartin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a special announcement for an ambassador of goodwill. London Borowski with the Warren Rotary Club celebrated his 98th birthday on January 5th, 2011. He has been a member of Rotary for 65 years. And something very special about community support with London is that he is the oldest living active officer of Rotary in the world. Yeah, he is the vice president of the Warren City Rotary and sharp as a tack. He is incredible. And he holds the title of the vice chair. So just remember, you're never too old to be a Rotarian. And kudos to him, really. Yes, I think we should. I would like to make a motion that council support him with a resolution. It's an incredible feat, and if we could put that together and present it to him, that would be fabulous.
Support that motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Motion by Ms. Vogt, support by, motion by Ms. Comartin, support by Ms. Vogt. All in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed?
Thank you.
All right. Any other announcements? Mr. Liss?
Madam Chair, yes. Happy New Year, everyone. Got an email about a week ago from one of our firefighters, and a little bit concerned because the firefighter wrote a email saying that one of the fire trucks was out of service for about 10 days in November and 10 days in December. Now, a fire engine is one of those pieces of equipment, it's sometimes called a pumper, and it takes water out of the fire hydrant, and it pumps it out on the fire at thousands of gallons a minute. And it's a great tool. If you don't have that, your house or the fire will probably consume the place within a matter of minutes. Just want to show a little bit of a demonstrative exhibit here. This is the month of November. These are the dates that the pumper truck was out of service. November 5th, 6th, 14th, 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th, 25th, 27th. And not to be outdone in December, it was out on the 11th, the 20th, the 22nd, the 23rd, the 24th, the 25th, the 30th, and the 31st. This is a great concern to me because this is a fire safety issue. I know that the firehouses haven't been closed recently, but to take this radically important piece of equipment out of service is upsetting. It is a real safety concern. And I don't know if most people know where Fire District 4 is, but it's basically like a V. It starts in the northwest corner of town, goes down near Centerline, and goes back up towards Chicago and 14 Mile. If I lived in that area, I'll tell you what, I get myself one of these and one of these. I'm trying to bring attention to a very serious issue. I think if you live in that area, you better get some water buckets and you better get a fire extinguisher, because I'm not sure if the fire department's going to have the equipment to put out your fire. With that, Madam Chair, I yield the floor.
Any other announcements from council members? Seeing or hearing none, we'll go to the next agenda item.
Next agenda item is number 9. City Treasurer Carolyn Kurkowski-Moseri and Ray Easy Pay Demonstration.
Good evening.
Good evening, Warren City Council. Happy New Year, and I hope we all get home safely. It is way snowing out there this evening. Anyways, I'm here tonight with the blessing of the council. Thank you for voting for the easy pay for the City of Warren residents. I would like to take a couple of minutes to show the residents what we have. The people who have used it have voiced complete pleasure with the service. They're very happy with the service. And of course, one of the best reasons that we have easy pay for the city on our side of it is that it reduces the volume that we have coming in of checks, and this directly deposits into our account, so we get the money faster and the residents get their accounts credited faster. So this afternoon, the communications department set up our website here for me, and I would like to walk the residents through it. Can you pay my bill? Can I have your routing number, Councilman Liss? Anyways, this is if you're on your computer and you want to go to the City of Warren website. And what I'm going to do is, okay, you know what? I got to put my glasses on for this. Okay, so we go to the City of Warren website. Okay, our tech person here is going to help me out as he was helping me out this afternoon. And hopefully you have a tech person at home also. Can you get me the City of Warren website?
I'm hoping the internet connection is not connecting at the moment.
The internet connection is not connecting at the moment.
Sorry. One moment, I'm going to reboot, and I think we should be okay.
You're not making me
Terribly
look good
sorry.
here.
Terribly sorry. Just be a moment, I'm sorry.
This is communications department? Okay, we're logging off and we're shutting down, dude.
Yeah, it's rebooting to get our...
Okay.
They had to redo this wireless networking here.
Okay, did you hear that? They had to redo the wireless network. My apologies here. This is not my department.
Yes, terribly sorry. We're kind of working out some kinks earlier today.
Do you want us to move on with the next couple of items and
You know
then
what?
give you a chance, and then we can come back, Madam Treasurer?
I'm very sorry about
Okay.
that. Yes, please. Thank you.
We're having problems connecting with the internet up here too, so,
Oh, all right.
okay.
Okay.
We'll postpone the presentation then for a couple of items. The next item is number 10, is a public hearing, appeal of determination of nuisance at 11512 Cadillac, fire-damaged one-story vinyl house with block crawl space, wood garage, wood shed, concrete slab, chain link fence along rear of garage, open wood porch at the front of the home, and miscellaneous debris, and consideration and adoption of a resolution.
Item number 10 is a public hearing. Anyone that would like to address this agenda item may do so at this time. Seeing or hearing no one on this item, close the public hearing and open this up for council action.
Motion to abate. Support.
Motion by Ms. Comartin, support by Ms. Vogt. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, I'll call the question. Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Mr. Bacamino?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously.
Item number 11, a public hearing, appeal of determination of nuisance at 10933 Chicago Road, excuse me, garage only, and consideration and adoption of a resolution.
Item number 11 is a public hearing. If there's anyone here that would like to address this agenda item, may do so at this time. Not seeing or hearing anyone, I'll close the public hearing and open this up for council action.
Motion to abate.
Support.
Motion by Mr. Green, support by Mr. Stevens. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, I'll call the question. Mr. Green?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Mr. Bacamino?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously.
Item number 12, a public hearing, appeal of determination of nuisance at 5077 11 Mile Road, severely damaged one-story brick house, wood deck, porch, pine tree, gate, wood fence, chain link fence, and miscellaneous debris, and consideration and adoption of a resolution.
Item number 12 is a public hearing. Anyone that would like to address this agenda item may do so at this time. Seeing or hearing none, I'll close the public hearing and open this up for council action.
Motion to abate.
Motion by Ms. Comartin, support by Mr. Stevens. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, I'll call the question. Ms. Comartin.
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Mr. Bacamino?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously.
Item 13, a public hearing, appeal of determination of nuisance at 13451 Georgiana, vacant, dilapidated, two-story vinyl house, vinyl garage, porch, light pole, cyclone gate, shrub, and miscellaneous debris, and consideration and adoption of a resolution.
Item number 13 is a public hearing. Anyone that would like to address this agenda item may do so at this time. Seeing or hearing none, I'll close the public hearing and open this up for council action.
Motion to approve. Support.
Motion by Mr. Warner, support by Mr. Stevens. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, I'll call the question. Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Bacamino?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously.
Item number 14, a public hearing, appeal of determination of nuisance at 26260 Grossbeck, brick one-story building with foundation footings, pallets of cinder blocks and bricks, concrete sewer lines, catch basin, berm, and miscellaneous debris, and consideration and adoption of a resolution.
Item number 14 is a public hearing. Anyone that would like to address this agenda item may do so at this time. Good evening, sir. Please state your name for the record.
Jamal, can you turn your microphone on, please? And would you restate your name for the court reporter?
My name is Jamal Safedine, and I'm with Michigan Properties, LLC.
Okay, thank you. And did you want to give a,
Yeah, we have been in talks with a few different investment companies to get this property all settled and done the last couple months, and we're hoping by April it should be done. So if you can give us just a little bit more time. We had one investor, he backed out, and that's why there's the half a building currently. And then once he backed out, we've been, with the whole economy, trying to get things going. But currently we have two people, and they're actually going back and forth with negotiations. So we know for sure by April, mid-April, it will be all done. And if not, we'll knock down the existing building that's up, and we'll leave it just a piece of land, if you guys can give us that much time.
okay, thank you. We'll allow the rest of, anybody else to weigh in on the public hearing, and then if you would remain, council may have questions for you.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else like to address agenda item number 14? Seeing or hearing none, I'll close the public hearing and open this up for council action.
Motion to abate. Discussion, please, Madam Chair.
Support, discussion?
Motion by Ms. Vogt to abate, support by Mr. Stevens. Discussion, Ms. Vogt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sir, you're the owner or the representative of the company?
Representative.
Okay, would you mind removing your hat, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Taxes are owed on this property.
I know they went in an installment, so there shouldn't be any back taxes.
Well, 2008, there's still $6,800 owing there. 2008 winter taxes are due.
If I can get a hold of those and check, I can definitely find out what's going on with that, because I know we're up to date on anything current. I'm not sure about '08. I can check into it if there was some kind of mistake.
When did your company purchase this property?
They were the ones who bought the land. There was someone else who was supposed to be building the building, and we started it for them. They backed out when we put up the first half, when they were supposed to come up with the first 50,000. So when they backed out, we stopped construction for them. And ever since, we've been looking for a new person to take over. And with the economy, no one wants to pay what we paid for it. So we're trying to make a deal.
And right now, you don't have a deal in place?
We have two people who are willing to pay us, but we're definitely going to lose on the property and what's up right now. So if we knock it down, we're going to lose also what we've invested in putting it up, put up the half of the building, the quarter of it.
What kind of money do you have from Michigan Properties LLC to invest in this?
Well, we bought the land outright. We paid cash for it.
I understand.
Yeah.
And you're going to keep the land?
Yes.
You're still going to owe the taxes?
Oh, yeah, definitely. That's
And-
why I know I took over the taxes and everything. I know I've paid '09, definitely. And we just received the '10 winter, so everything should be up to date as of I know. '08, I wasn't in charge of it, so if I can get those papers, I can go back and look on our computer system and I can see what happened.
Okay, when did you purchase this?
This was purchased, I believe, in '06 or '07.
06 or 07, so '08 taxes have been due since you owned the property and you didn't pay them. Sorry, I don't think you have reasonable grounds to, we can't anticipate reasonably that you're going to get this building completed.
Well, '09 and everything, as you see, is up to date, and when we purchased it, it was all set. Obviously, there was some kind of confusion when the gentleman backed out of it, so he must have said he took care of those taxes, which we would never been known that they were not taken care of if we weren't receiving the mail at that time.
You weren't receiving the mail in '08?
No, he was dealing with the whole construction company at the time, ma'am. So we just purchased the land outright for them, and they were supposed to pay us back after. And ever since, the city has been giving us different things to take care of, put up a fence, clear up the water back up, and we've been doing all that the city has asked of us.
Okay, and my question to you was, what kind of money do you have now? Michigan Properties, what kind of money do you?
As a company?
Yes.
What do we bring in a year, are you asking?
No,
or-
I'm asking, what kind of money do you have right now that you can invest in this property?
Oh, we definitely have money to invest in it. We don't want the property. We never came out into this area to build for ourselves. It was an investment for someone else that we funded the money up front to buy it. It was supposed to be a large gas station, and Michigan Properties invests in gas stations and leases them out, and this was just one investment that the guy backed out on us, and we got stuck with it. So that's what we're trying to figure out right now. We were speaking with one gentleman about Wendy's and Tim Hortons. They ended up being too close, and right now, currently, there's just some talks, I know, with the real estate company, so I'm not sure exactly what it is. They just want to purchase the land from us, and we'll let them decide what they're going to do with the building.
All right, so you're not interested in investing any more money into this property?
No, definitely not.
Okay, that's the answer to my question.
Okay.
All right?
Yes,
Thank you, I'll yield.
thank you.
Mr. Stevens?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
There's a gentleman from the city here as well.
Yes. Please. The statement was made that the Michigan Properties have been complying with everything the city has asked them to do. Is that a correct statement?
No, that is not correct.
Could you expound upon that, please?
My name's Dean James. Good evening.
Thank you.
We've had we've had 6 hearings, nuisance hearings. For the first, well, let's just say they showed up, they postponed. The last 2, no one has even showed up. The property is, nothing's been done to the property since October of '06. We've had them in several times. We have flooding issues on this property. It looks like a pond. I even have pictures with ducks and overgrowth and things like that. At the last nuisance hearing, no one even bothered to show up. So, you know, I think it's an eyesore. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to do anything with the property. You know, I think it's just a lot of talk.
I thank you for your comments, and that's what I found. Beyond the fact that there are unpaid taxes, beyond the fact that they have not complied with the city's wishes to correct some of the problems there, I view this is an attractive nuisance. There are no ceiling joists on the building. There are no bracing on the building for the walls. Those are masonry walls with a strong wind, they could come down. Children playing in the area, like I say, I view it as an attractive nuisance. It's a great place for some kids to go and play, and it's an accident waiting to happen, and thank God it hasn't happened. And my vote will be to abate this. Thank you.
Any other comments from council? Mr. Buckman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Comment was made by the petitioner also that the city ordinance have been followed. I'm not sure if the petitioner is aware of the 6-inch grass height ordinance, but I'm looking at the pictures here, and it's hard for me to believe that statement because I see, you know, it's got to be at least 3 feet high. That's the minimal that we expect of our homeowners to cut that grass. It's a rodent problem, and the grass gets that high, it becomes mosquito problems with the water you mentioned. But if you can't cut the grass, it's hard for me. If you can't keep up the little things on that property that you now own, and that seems like to be just in this economy, everybody uses that, but that was a poor investment choice, I guess, and we all sometimes make bad investments, and now's the time. But there is a 6-inch ordinance. If you can't cut the grass, I can't expect you to do the larger requirements, so I will be voting no as well. Thank you.
Any other comments from council
Madam
members?
Chair.
Ms. Comartin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Mr. James.
Good evening.
A couple questions for you. One, when this building started out under construction, supposedly there was a bond that was posted. Do you know?
I'm not aware of that. There may have been. I didn't think we were taking bonds anymore.
Okay, so you don't know if one still exists because the construction was never completed? Hopefully it was not released?
I believe not.
Okay, is there anything that we can do using that bond to secure the property too until it's taken down?
I'm sure there are some things we could do. I would have to check. I really don't know.
Maybe through the chair to the city attorney?
Ms. Michaels?
Hi, I have a question for you through the chair to the city attorney. If we have a bond that has been posted for the construction aspect of this, and there are some security issues and some things that haven't been taken care of, Mr. James is not sure what's happened to the bond either. For the abatement property? They never finished construction, so I would assume that there was some kind of bond that was posted on the property.
The bond may be considered in default.
Yes.
So we don't necessarily have to return it, but we could review that tomorrow.
Okay, I'd appreciate if we could review that too.
I would just like to state there has been no maintenance or activity on this site since October of 2006. There is no fencing. Soil erosion was put in place. It's a mess over there.
Yeah, I also noticed that they did not, appear at the hearings, in your backup. So thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Dean?
Yes.
I'm sorry, James. I'm looking at the minutes from the nuisance abatement hearing of October 22nd, 2009, and it says that Mr. Johnson stated that there had been some cleanup done on the site.
Very little. I think that was mostly just debris. The soil erosion fencing, nothing has been taken care of. I mean, it's a lake. When I go to post that property, I can't get out to the property. We have to do it at the road.
Okay. I did drive by, and at current state, it was not. Yeah.
It actually looks pretty right now with the snow.
Yeah.
And the 4-foot weeds that are growing in the building. It looks like Mother Nature's trying to take it back.
All right, thank you very much. If there's no other discussion, I'll call the question. Ms. Vogt?
Yes to abate.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes to abate.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Mr. List?
Abate it, yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Bacamino?
Yes to abate.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously.
Item number 15, a public hearing, appeal of determination of nuisance at 7595 Rivard, vacant, dilapidated one-story house with addition, block crawl space, wood fence across front of property, 18-inch diameter fallen tree and miscellaneous debris, and consideration and adoption of a resolution.
Item number 15 is a public hearing. Anyone that would like to address this agenda item may do so at this time. Seeing or hearing none, I'll close the public hearing and open this up for council action.
Motion to abate. Support.
Motion by Mr. Green, support by Mr. List. Any discussion?
No, that was Warner.
I'm sorry, Mr. Warner has the support. No discussion on the item? Go ahead and call the question. Mr. Green?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Mr. List?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Bacamino?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously.
Madam Chair, I believe the treasurer, the glitch has been fixed.
Yes, we will return to item number 9 for the direct pay presentation. Easy pay.
Okay, we're going to try this again, and I was told from the communications department that the internet was down. We have a lot of snowfall, and they thought there might have been an interruption from there. So we're going to proceed with this. Like I said, this is a system that allows you to pay online, or you can use your telephone, so seniors don't be afraid. You can use your telephone. If you have a checking account, you can use it that way. The telephone number is 1-877-264-5744, and I'll repeat that in the end, so if you wanted to get a pencil and paper, I'll repeat that back for you. Anyways, I would like to take you now to our city website, if, thank you, our technician will allow this. Sorry about that. Okay, are we on? There we are. All righty. Thank you, Communications Department. All right, this is what our city website looks like if you were to go on it right now in your home. Now you're going to take and you're going to scroll down to the left side where it has quick links, and you're going to scroll down to Pay Water Bill Online. You want to click on there, and it's going to take you directly to the link where it tells you, welcome to the City of Warren Online. And we're going to go and we're just going to make a payment. Now, some people will wonder where their account number is. Some people might not have it with them. So you can click on there, and what this is it's showing you right here, this is what a water bill would look like. And right here where it's circled in red is where your account number would be. So want to jot that number down, because you're going to take the number from your water statement and you're going to insert it into this field right here. And I'm going to take a number that I have, a generic number. Seven, okay. Oh, no, here we go. We're going to put in a generic number again. And then we'll continue. And you'll see the little star thing go up. Now, this account number has a total amount due of $179.82. So you can pay that entire bill right now, or you can pay $50, or you can pay $100 of it. But what we're going to do right now is we're going to go to the next thing, which is your bank routing number. And if you don't know what that is, it tells you. On your checkbook, your bank routing number would be the lower left-hand corner. And to save time, there's an account number, and the account number is right after that. Okay, this would not be your account number here, and here it'll have it on your check, but this is where you would look for it. So what I'm going to do is it's a checking account, and it's a personal business, that's my personal account, so to speak. So we want to put the routing number in, and I'm going to put in a routing number that I have. And then where's your bank account number? I'm going to put in a bank account number. Sorry, Mr. List, can't pay yours. Did they hear that? Okay, and you're going to confirm your account number again, just to make sure you got it in there right. excuse me. 6. This is not my computer. Let's do that over again, excuse me. Guys, this is not... Boy, I'm glad this isn't my computer. Could I have tech support? Sorry about this, people. When we rehearsed this today, it was wonderful. It's froze up right here. I can't get it to delete.
You want to delete
Yep.
on that line?
Yep. Oh, it did it for you. Okay, here we go. I'm sorry, folks. It's actually not as bad as this is. And then we're going to confirm our number. And the account name, Sari, and I'm going to pay the entire bill. Now, over here, this is a great little option because you can schedule 7 days in advance, meaning if your bill is due on the 16th and you're paid on the 15th and it's the 12th, you can schedule it to pay on the 16th right on when it's due. You don't have to go back in here. You can just sign it up for that date and it will pay automatically. Now, it asks for an email address, but you don't need to have one because at the end of this, when you continue on, and it tells you in the upper right-hand corner, it's 36 cents. It tells you that I have an error. So we're going to go back.
Carolyn, next one up, the bank account number.
Right, the confirmed your number is wrong too. There we go. Sorry about this, folks. Can you tell them a little? Alrighty, there we go. And we're going to continue on. It's telling me my bank account number is wrong. Yeah, obviously that doesn't like this number, eh? Let's try that again now. The little wheel is showing, and it's telling you that the account information came up, the account number, the amount you were paying. That is the name of the bank that it belongs to, and it tells you your payment due was today. And if you want to, you can go on to pay this or no thanks. I'm going to say no thanks because I don't want to pay this bill, but you can go right on to this one and it'll say authorized payment, and you'll get your receipt. Okay, why doesn't it continue on? And there you are. Your payment is $179.82. It's coming out of your bank account on January the 11th, and they're going to charge you 36 cents for it. 36 cents is cheaper than a postage stamp. You're out of here now. So you're finished with your, we don't want to save the information, so we're done with that. I'd like to point out that it is cheaper than a postage stamp. It's 36 cents versus 44 cents. It's faster than the postal service. You can have it delivered into your account within 2 or 3 days. That's both the water account and your checking account. It's also very secure. It's cheaper than a post box. You don't know where your water bill is for a week or two. It could be at the post office. It could still be in the post box. So it's also very secure, as it is provided by Comerica Bank, and it's provided by Hewlett Packard. So it has all the firewalls and protection of a bank. So you're as secure as if you were banking right at your bank. It also will take any checking account number, whether it's a whether it's a regular bank or if it's a credit card company, or not a credit card company, but a credit union. It will accept any checking account. So it's just not with Comerica. It could be any checking account. And again, the number, if you want to do this on the telephone, is 1-877-264-5744 for that information. And also, I would like to mention, while I have the council's attention, that for the seniors, the AARP free income tax service for the seniors starts February the 2nd, and it will be downstairs, main floor in the City Hall. We hope to see all the seniors there. If I may, through the chair, Councilman Bacamino, do you have a question?
Quickly, yeah, I do. I don't want to confuse people at home if they're watching, because I know a lot of my neighbors, they frequent your building that you're in quite often, library, and there's a lot of functions going on now there. They're still able to come up and pay in person. This is just another option, correct?
Absolutely. This is definitely just another option. Another option that we put in, which we've actually always had, we just couldn't find it, was a drop slot right at the Treasurer's Department. It was very, very small. So we now have big yellow orange signs that lead you to it, so you can drop slot it right at the Treasurer's Department. You can come and make your payment in person at the cashier's window. You can send it through the mail, or we do have monthly direct pay if you don't want to bother with it on a monthly basis. This is great for individual ones. This is a great service if you go over mom and dad's house and you're the ones paying the water bill for mom and dad, and as long as you have their check number and their routing number and their checkbook, you write it, you go online, or you can call, it's automatically paid, go on to the next bill for mom and dad. I know there's many of us that take care of our elderly moms and dad, and sometimes it's a lot to go over there and write out a check and mail it. And this is just one little service that might be 8 cents cheaper and might be 8 seconds cheaper, but to a busy person, it's just an invaluable tool. Also, it's really good for the city because it alleviates paperwork in our department, and that's what we're trying to do, is bring down our volume. So it's real good for the city of Warren, and it's really good for the residents of Warren. And again, I thank you for allowing it to happen, because it was your voice that was necessary.
Thanks for explaining that, and you brought up a good point too. It is going to save possibly, on labor, since everything's done electronically. But I guess just a simple question. This is a good step, and I'm glad we're going this direction. I'm looking though at my place of business now. We're kind of almost going paperless, and can our citizens, and I've asked the water department this in the past as well, are we looking forward to getting where people can opt out of getting physical bills and strictly go online? I know currently we're still going to get the bill, is that correct, in the mail?
Absolutely. I think if I was a really excellent politician, I could stand here and tell you that that's the direction we're going, and that's where we're working. And ultimately, it might be. But in the near future, I'd say anywhere from now until 5 years, you have to understand the demographics of Warren. We're the 5th largest senior population in the country. Many seniors are not comfortable with computers, nor do they have them. With the Easy Pay and the start of it, this is the start where we end the paper. So in 5 years, if our demographic changes, then we could consider going paperless. But until we have a younger majority group in Warren, I would never advise paperless, because I think we would cause our entire financial structure city-wise on a monthly basis to be completely unstable.
Perhaps I didn't say the question clearly. I didn't want to go paperless for everybody, just as we have options to pay in person, options to pay with the U.S. Postal, options to pay with PayPal. I was wondering if there would be an option for someone who wants to go totally electronic, kind of like when we phase out the water meters later, we can phase out people that want to. Can they jump on the paperless trail as they go, or do we have to go as a blanket, the whole city, Is there a way? And
I see what you're saying.
Thank you.
Right.
That was the question.
Very good question, and it's something that we've talked about at City Hall. And the trouble with, we have people who are direct pay, and they say, why send me a bill with an envelope in it?
That's what I get all the time when people say that. They ask that
Absolutely.
question.
And that is because of the system. Our water bills are sent out to be printed. That is something that I don't have control over. That's under Mayor Fouts. But according to the way we have it right now, if we send it to the printer prints it all and sends it all. They don't have a system in place, nor do we, to weed out what is direct pay and what is paperless. Until that time where that cost can come down. To do it would be twice as expensive. We would actually cost more money
Okay.
if we did it, because they don't, and we don't have the technology to do that. We are on the systems that City Hall has for computerization are pretty dark age. The water department doesn't even have an aging system. I mean, we can't look 30, 60, or 90 days. So I'm sure that is something the water department's looking forward to doing. I support it, but right now we don't have the software to allow it.
Okay, because I was thinking, I know like when you're campaigning that there are programs out there that you can delete, let's say, absent voters or whoever, primary voters, if it's, and things like that. So I was thinking hopefully there might be programs out there, and who knows, what that will happen, but maybe we could look into that, but thank you.
And right now that's not under my control.
Okay.
And hopefully that is something that will be worked on, and so I support wholeheartedly.
Am I correct to assume, though, there is quite a cost, though, mailing out all those bills costs the city money?
Right,
I mean, we're saving
but say it
residents
costs
money.
$300 to send it out the way it is now.
Okay,
It would be
correct, so-
$600 if we sorted it out. We just don't have
Okay.
that capability right now. We just don't, and it would be double the cost. So we do have some wonderful residents who do come in and pay, and they bring their envelopes in, and we do recycle
Oh, that's
those.
fantastic, thank you.
Yeah, so please, if you're coming in, feel free to bring your envelope in. We do recycle.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Ms. Moseri, if I may, there's just a quick thing. I just want to make sure there's no confusion. During your presentation, you mentioned that they could enter the amount that they were going to pay. Like that bill was $172, and you said you could pay $50 or whatever. There would still be a penalty for any unpaid balance, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I want to make sure that they understand that.
Correct.
And in addition to that, now, the time frame, that is not a direct as far, is it direct as far as like, all right, if my bill is due the 16th and I go online the 16th, it's paid right then?
Yes, it
It's not a
is.
3-day waiting period or anything like that?
As long as it's date stamped before 5 o'clock, or I'm sorry, before 3 o'clock on the day. So if it's due on the 16th, you have until 2:58 to get your payment in there. So you can pay it right that day. That's what's so beautiful about it is where, say you get paid every 2 weeks, and 1 week you might have $100, so you put the 100 on it, and then the following week you'll pay the $37.82, the balance. So it allows you, and allows us to we'll take anything. We'll take the money. So it might work out better for some people who are on a bi-weekly paycheck.
Okay.
But
thank
yes,
you.
right on the day, it's right up until that day.
All right, thank you very much.
Great, thank you, and thank you, council, for your indulgence.
Our next agenda item is item number 16, a public hearing, appeal of determination of nuisance at 13859 Sherman, severely fire damaged one-story vinyl house with poured basement, garage, and partial carport, block and slab front porch with aluminum awning, cyclone gate across driveway, railroad ties buried across center of rear yard, and miscellaneous debris, and consideration and adoption of a resolution.
Item number 16 is a public hearing. Anyone that would like to address this agenda item may do so at this time. Seeing or hearing none, I'll close the public hearing and open this up for council action.
Motion debate.
Support.
Motion by Mr. Green, support by Ms. Comartin. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, I'll call the question. Mr. Green?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Bocamino?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously.
Item number 17, a public hearing, review of special assessment roll number 363 in Ray abatement of nuisance at 8451 page $2,092.50.
Item number 17 is a public hearing. Anyone that would like to address this agenda item may do so at this time. Seeing or hearing none, I'll close the public hearing and open this up for council action.
Motion to approve.
Support.
Motion by Ms. Vogt, support by Mr. Green. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, I'll call the question. Ms. Vogt.
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Bacamino?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously.
Number 18 is a public hearing, review of special assessment roll number 364 in Ray abatement of nuisance at 13508 Fisk, $2,179.
Item number 18 is a public hearing. Anyone that would like to address this agenda item may do so at this time. Good evening.
Can you turn your microphone on, sir?
I'm Al Akers, I'm the owner of that property.
Thank you.
City of Warren chose to tear that building down because it's against their ordinance. There was nothing wrong with it, it was not against your ordinance 10 years ago. Now they're choosing to issue a bill to be paid immediately in full. When we put a street in, it was assessed, now they will pay it over time. I do know that their feds have offered money to the municipalities for developing their cities and their municipalities, what have you. Nothing of this has been brought to my attention. I just get a 2-week notice that I got to pay in excess of $2,000 immediately. I think this is excessive and ridiculous.
Okay. Did you care to
Can
comment?
you explain why the city doesn't pay for it when they chose to take that action?
Okay. We will address your question when we close the public hearing. We're just here to hear your side at this point.
Thank you.
Anyone else like to address agenda item number 18? Seeing or hearing none, I'll close the public hearing and open this up for council action. Motion by Ms. Vogt,
Support.
support by Mr. Green. Ms. Vogt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This can be paid in installments, 10 annual installments, and it's simply the city's cost for having to tear down this garage. So, very simple. When we have to abate a house, a garage, and we have to go in and take care of the property, somebody has to pay for it. It should not be our taxes. And then we assess that particular piece of property, and it goes on your tax bill. So
I'm not objecting to that. The city chose to do it, not needed to do it. That's the difference.
Get 10 years to pay it. Thank you.
Any further comments from council members? With that, I'll call the question. Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Bacamino?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously.
Number 19 was removed from the agenda. Number 20, an administrative hearing, request approval to transfer rights to renewal of an escrowed 2010 Class C licensed business with dance entertainment permit located at 5491 12 Mile from TRM Restaurants Incorporated to JC and VP Investments LLC with license to be held in escrow. Step 1, administrative report approved.
Item number 20 is a administrative hearing. I need a motion and support.
Motion to approve.
Support.
Motion by Mr. Stevens, support by Mr. Warner. Good evening.
Your microphone, yeah. Can't hear you.
Jerry Green, Police Commissioner, City of Warren. This is simply a paper trail for the Liquor Control Commission. Tommy Mac's on 12 Mile went out of business in 2009, and then there was a failure to pay some insurance that was required by the Liquor Control Commission Thus, it was placed in escrow, and then it was assumed by the Michigan Department of Treasury, the license itself, and then it was sold at auction to the petitioner who's making the request tonight. And what the request is to transfer that escrowed license from the property on 12 Mile to a location in Shelby Township on 22 Mile, and the LCC allows for the license to be transferred within the county.
Okay, thank you very much.
Commission, Madam Chair.
Mr. Warner?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Green, when was the property sold?
The business, they went out of business.
In 2009, but when was the property sold?
The license was sold
Or license, I'm
at
sorry.
auction in March of 2009, I believe.
Okay, so the current owner has been keeping the property up.
That's correct. All the taxes are paid and everything's
It
up.
looks like a fresh coat of paint was put on the front of the building as well.
Is that, I didn't know that, but,
No, it's been kept up very well, so thank you.
okay.
Any further comments from council members?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Vogt?
Okay, Mr. Green, Commissioner Green, all we're approving is allowing him to transfer the license to Shelby Township.
That's correct. He needs approval from their council. up
He's
there.
not going to be operating a bar out of Tommy Mac's on 12 Mile.
No, he would be operating, this license will be going to a property on 22 Mile.
Okay, do you know who purchased the real estate?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Any further comments from council? That'll call the question. Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Barkamino?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 21, recommendation received from the Planning Commission for amendment to zoning ordinance number 30, Appendix A, zoning section 2.78, 2.79, 2.80, definitions and new articles 4C, addressing state licensed child care facilities, second reading. This was a 4-4 vote on 12/21/2010, so no action was taken.
Need a motion? and-
Motion to approve with amendments.
Motion by Mr. Stevens,
Support.
support by Mr. Warner. Discussion,
Madam-
Mr. Stevens?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My motion is based upon the amendments as follows, which would, under item, let's see here, section 4C.02, inspections, item B, that would be deleted. Section 4C.03, annual registrations required. That would be amended. Currently, it says a registration fee shall be collected in accordance with the fee schedule established by resolution adopted by City Council. We've not seen the fee schedule. I've heard several numbers, $15 a year. I would propose that wording be changed to read, a registration fee shall be collected in accordance with the fees, shall be collected $50 annual. Proof of the state of Michigan inspection requirements, excuse me, let me correct that. A $50 annual registration fee shall be collected in accordance. Additionally, proof that the state of Michigan inspection requirements have been met shall be required at time of registration. The other amendment would be section 4C.07 4B, which would be deleted, and then section 4C.07 4C, which that paragraph would also be deleted. And then section 4C.09D, that paragraph would also be deleted.
Is that it for your amendment?
That is it for my amendments.
Mr. Warner, do you agree to those amendments?
Yes.
Any other discussion from council members?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Comartin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had the opportunity to visit one of the child care facilities, and I also had the opportunity to call Lansing and go over all their inspection criteria that they had. One, they were required to have a fire and tornado drill every month. It has to be posted, it has to be logged. Actually, they have a posting on their wall with all the details on that. Most of the people, at least the majority of the members that have called me, have been running this business for a long time, 13 years or more, several of them. Looking at each individual and what they had to go through for the state regulations was heating, radon, electrical. They inspected the wood chips for safety in the backyards. They have to go through training of Red Cross for CPR. Group daycare, you know, is handling all that. Most of them had a situation where in 2006 where the law came in. So I'm in support of not having the fee being charged to the group daycare as far as, since they are having it inspected. Their renewal period is 2 years, and with their renewal, they have an inspection that is random, that is in between. So not only that they go through a yearly, they really have a yearly inspection where someone comes in, it's unannounced, and they check all the security of stuff. I like the registration aspect of the city, so we know where they all are. I think communication between the state and our city facilities are important to know where they're all located. And another thing too is looking at it from a perspective of a complaint-driven aspect. If we have complaints on the facility, if we could even just add in there, if there's more than, 2 complaints on the facility, that we can have it checked out if there is a complaint that's filed. And if that would be acceptable to the maker of the motion, so we've got something to rely on if we do have complaints from the neighborhoods.
Mr. Stevens?
I'm not against that, but that does exist at the state level currently. In that, if a complaint is filed against a group home, the state automatically checks it out. But I would not be against adding a paragraph in there to address complaints.
Right. Just because we don't have something in our current ordinance that deals with that, and if there is residential complaints, the biggest complaint that I ever had in the past was that there was a woman that had a daycare facility, did not live in the property, left the property and came back. So, now we have it that it has to be occupied, owned, and lived in. So it makes a significant difference. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair?
Mr. Green?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't think you can put in this ordinance anything about 2 violations of something and the city can go out. This is zoning. This is not nuisance abatement. This isn't police with it being too loud. This is zoning, saying that we can put this facility somewhere. Right now, we have no rules, no zoning ordinance stating that a business, childcare, can be in a residential district.
True.
We're strictly talking about zoning. So, sticking to zoning, I have a couple questions on that to the city attorney, please.
if there is a child care facility in a commercial space.
Good evening, Nancy.
Oh, I didn't see
Nancy
sorry.
Cooper Green.
If there is a child care facility in a commercial space, are they subject to being inspected by the state and also from the city?
Yes, they have to get a certificate of occupancy.
Okay. So if we choose to inspect some and not others, is that fair? Is it equitable?
Well, there could be constitutional violations in treating different groups differently under the Equal Protection Clause of the Michigan and United States Constitutions.
Okay. And that's a difficult part. We've taken this argument beyond zoning. We're allowing this, I mean, if we decide to do nothing, then every single one of the facilities is in violation of our ordinance, and we just go out and start fining them for operating a business in a residential district. We need to have a zoning ordinance. We have to have it equitable. So at this point, I can't support Councilman Stevens' amendments. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Vogt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Likewise, I was prepared to support this because, well, again, it's zoning, and these businesses that exist now are in violation. We need to have some zoning, but I can't support it with these changes that are brought to us tonight that are significant, and no opportunity to study or review. So with those changes, I can't approve this.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Buckamino.
That was my question, Ms. Vogt. I thought maybe still having technical difficulties maybe with my computer or something, but did anybody get an email of these amendments? There's quite a few of them, and I was trying to keep up with Mr. Stevens. I lost track, and I don't want to sound redundant, but either read them again, I'll try to keep up slower.
You want me to read them again? You can go through it and mark them off.
Did you send an email to all of the council? There's quite a few, it wasn't just one. And I remember last time, I tried to make one amendment and got no support for it. You're asking for several, and I couldn't even understand them. So if you could, did you send the email to us?
Would you like me to go through them again?
Did you send emails? That's all I'm asking.
No, I did not send you an email. These are all items that were addressed at the last meeting, that were discussed at the last meeting.
We addressed fees last meeting?
Yeah, we talked about all these things, different things.
I don't recall talking about fees at the last meeting. I know we talked about constitutional rights and privacy. That was where my angle was coming from, but I don't recall.
Would you like me to go through them again?
I'd like to hear them again because I did not get the email, and I'm not sure if I followed you the first time. Could you take it slow?
Section 4C.02, inspections, zoning regulations. That item B.
And do you mind if I interject? Because I'm just trying to follow it. This is the first time I'm hearing it. So, item B?
Yep, B. Section 4C.02B
B
would be deleted.
Group child care homes, deleted.
Group child care homes, a limited one-time interior, exterior inspection. That would be deleted.
Okay, I deleted the wrong. Thank you. So B is gone. Okay, I got that. Thank you.
Under section 4C.03, annual registration required.
Okay.
Last sentence, which currently reads, a registration fee shall be collected in accordance with the fee schedule established by resolution adopted by the council, would be changed to read, an annual $50 registration fee shall be collected, and proof that the state of Michigan inspection requirements have been met and shall be required at time of annual registration.
So, am I to understand, because I didn't recall this, let me throw this out there, we're going to delete the one-time inspection, but they will still have a fee for $50.
The registration.
Just for the registration, administrative costs. Got it? I'm good with you there. Keep going.
And they will be required at time of registration to provide proof of the state registration.
Exactly. Okay. That's true. Keep going.
Under section 4C.07, group child care homes, districts allowed with approval, 4B, which will be on page 5 there.
Thank you.
That would be deleted, and C would also be deleted.
Scott, could you give the number again, the section number again? I'm sorry. 4C what?
That would be 4C.07,
Thank you.
4B and C.
Okay, gotcha.
And then section 4C.09B would also be deleted.
Did you say B or D?
D is
D
in
is
Delta.
Okay. D is in Delta. Certificate of occupancy would be deleted?
They have a certificate of occupancy.
Gotcha, okay. So I guess maybe I have a memory loss. I don't think we discussed all this in detail last time. I do remember we had some discussion, but not these particular amendments, but thank you for clarifying. That's it, right?
That's it.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair?
Ms. Vogt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the reasons we don't put fees into an ordinance is because if at some future date we want to change the fee, it requires amending the ordinance, which is, proposal, first reading, second reading, 21-day expiration, whereas when we post a schedule of fees, we don't have to do that. We can modify a schedule of fees without going through. Second, I'm not going to approve without a certificate of occupancy. I want these people to have a certificate of occupancy, and I want to prove it. With those proposals, what we're doing, it appears, is eliminating any inspection by the city of Warren. Is that what we're attempting to do?
That's what we're doing.
We're eliminating any inspection by the city of Warren, giving us some liability, but no inspection or oversight. And as I recall the discussion last time, the state of Michigan does a rather cursory inspection just to the child care area. And there were some safety concerns, which is why we were doing this. I'm sorry, Mr. Stevens, that maybe if I'd seen this ahead of time and heard your explanation of why you were doing this, we could have discussed it, that might have swayed me, but I also, no, I won't even go there. No, I'm sorry, I can't support it or approve it with the elimination of inspections. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Comartin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. After talking to the state in regards to their heating, their electrical, all the detail, they check out the smoke detectors, they are very thorough with their inspection. I talked to the city building department and they said that their inspection is not that much difference when I called them today. I spoke to the building department and verified what their inspection rate was. They said it was not that much difference. So, if they're making them certify their furnace, they check out their electrical, they check out the area that is covered, they check out smoke detectors, they make sure it's all safe, they do checking of everything in the homes. I don't see why there's any difference. And right now in the economy, why are we trying to do more inspections with people? If anything, this is a service that these people are providing for people that have working families. Everybody has two working families. So I think it's, putting a hardship on a lot of people for extra inspections for no reason when they are state certified and they're under those guidelines. So I have an issue with that. I don't think that we should be charging for an extra inspection. Thank you.
Mr. Chudowski.
Where I'm having a hard time with this is the elimination of the certificate of occupancy. Each of the homes will be issued a certificate of occupancy for residential use. And obviously in this case, we're going to be bringing a commercial operation in a neighborhood and not issuing a certificate of occupancy for the business or for the commercial entity is where I'm having a problem. And in order to do that certificate of occupancy, we have to do the inspection. So, and my understanding is that the inspection that we're doing, Ms. Cooper Green, this is a one-time inspection in order to get the certificate of occupancy, correct? This isn't something that we do every year.
That's correct. It's a one-time inspection. And I've asked Mr. Randy McClure from our building division, he's our plan examiner, he's an expert on the codes, and I've asked him to come tonight to explain the inspection and the reason why it was important to the building division to include these provisions in the proposed ordinance. So if you could address those questions to Mr. McClure, I think he could answer them for you.
Good evening.
Good evening. The difference between our inspection and the state's inspection, is there a significant difference?
I would say there is some significant difference. Ms. Cole-Martin is right. They do basically a cursory review, but they're not qualified to do a thorough review of the mechanical system, of the plumbing system, of the electrical system, or the way the building functions, because they're not Act 54 inspectors. Most of the people that come out to do the inspections are trained in something other than the construction field or the trades involved in the construction of a building. And that is what we do.
Can I interrupt you for a second?
Sure.
Ms. Green, the inspection that's done by the state is only in the area where is deemed a child daycare center. Is that correct?
That's my understanding. Mr. McClure has had conversation with the state on the inspection, and I'd like to defer to him. Do you
Okay.
recall having that conversation with them? Mr. Cinnamon?
I do recall some of the conversation. Basically, they're going to look to see that the house is clean and well kept, and they're going to see that the house is warm, but they're not qualified to make the determination that the furnace is actually operating properly. They're going to check to see that the paint's not peeling. They're going to look to see that there are smoke detectors, but they're not actually going to, or qualified to test the smoke detectors and things like that. And that's the difference between the two functions. And that was my recollection of what I spoke with Mr. Cinnamon. I also spoke with Irvin Polk, who is the department head for the Construction Services Bureau over in Lansing. And basically, he said that and there's some debate in Lansing on who has jurisdiction, but the building department is the only one qualified to make thorough mechanical, plumbing, electrical inspections.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Baccarino.
Thank you. I'm going through the minutes of last meeting, and, you know, for the benefit of everybody who may have not been here to get up to speed, it was a 4-4 vote, so I want to kind of really, I know it sounds like we're rehashing this, but we went over this in detail. This has been a long time coming, too. I know a lot of work was done by the attorney's office, but I don't see in the minutes, maybe, I don't know who our secretary was, that a lot of the things that are mentioned today, Mr. Stevens. One thing I do see about certificate of occupancy, it does say, Councilman Stevens stated that the certificate of occupancy required would be in addition to the current certificates of occupancy authorize people to live in their homes. And we just approved these minutes, so I'm assuming that was said. But am I correct then now saying you want to amend this so that there is no CFO? I'm confused. Because the minutes say you wanted a CFO.
What I said was, and what I said tonight, is that the homeowners currently have a CFO.
Okay, they currently do, I understand, but last meeting it says, you stated that the certificate of occupancy requirement would be in addition to the current certificates of occupancy authorizing people to live in their homes. So last week you were in favor of...
I did say it would be in addition to.
Okay.
But what I'm saying, what my point was, and you know as well as I do that the minutes are not a verbatim.
That's why I am checking, and we did have one council member not here last time, so
Yeah.
if you read just the minutes, it could be misleading. You did not email us, we did not have discussion before, and it was a 4-4 vote. We're asking possibly for someone to make this decision without having the benefit that the rest of us have had with the month
Understood.
time. So
And
that's my...
I did address the issue of CFO.
Okay.
And the concern was that they are now being required to go through the process again.
Okay.
And they have a CFO.
Got it. I did not recall, though, talking about eliminating that last. I know we mentioned it, but I didn't eliminate it. The other thing I have is, last time it does say, too, you wanted support to include all daycares from 1 to 6. You even stated to Councilman Warner that, you know, what he wanted for his
I
family.
asked
You
him,
want that in the
would
amendment?
he, no, what I said was, would he support that?
And he said, sure. Did you want to put that in the amendment today?
No, I didn't include that in my
Okay, I
amendment.
was just wondering, because we did talk about a lot, and this is a lot to digest, and for the record, last time, I would support from Ms. Comartin, I made a motion to table, and it died, because I didn't understand it back then, and I understand it less today. And I can probably support you if I read this, digest this, we could talk about it, email me, explain it to me one-on-one, because generally, we do a courtesy phone call when there is something that we're changing this much. So I am going to make a motion to table. If no one wants to support it, fine, I'll have to vote no today.
Motion to table by Mr. Bacamino.
I'll support your motion to table.
Support to table by Mr. Stevens. All in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
Nay.
Do a roll call. Mr. Bacamino.
Yes to table for clarification.
Mr. Stevens.
Yes, to table for Mr. Bacamino's edification.
Ms. Vogt.
No.
Mr. Warner.
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski.
No.
Mr. Liss.
No.
Mr. Green.
No.
Ms. Comartin.
Yes.
Camp, yes. The item was tabled 5-4.
Can I borrow this?
Okay, Madam Chair, the next agenda item is 21A. This item was 26A under council business. Councilman Mark List, discussion in re, proposal to form a committee to review courthouse needs study.
Establish a study committee to review the courthouse needs study.
Support.
Motion by Mr. List, support by Mr. Sadowski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm requesting the
Mr.
floor.
List.
Thank you. Just briefly, I want to go over this. I believe last year, or a little bit more than a year ago, the council authorized the court to hire an architectural firm to do a needs assessment study of the current courthouse at the 37th District Court, to evaluate the building and to see what the city needs to do and the court needs to do in the future. And that report has been completed months ago, I believe, and I believe the court gave copies to all of us. So I think the next step we need to do is to form a committee, and this is, I really didn't know where to go with this, so just a suggestion, and I'll move it, that we form a committee of 6 members, a study committee, with 2 members appointed by the city council, 2 from the court, and 2 from the administration. And that this committee be charged with reviewing the study and coming back to the city council eventually with a recommendation of what to do. And with that, I'd like to ask Chief Judge John Chmura and the court administrator, Robert Curtis, if they would come up.
Good evening, Mr. Curtis, Judge Shabara.
Good evening, members of the council.
Hi, good evening.
Happy New Year, gentlemen.
Happy New Year to you, Councilman Wilson.
Thank you. I wonder if you would just, if there's anything you wanted to add, Judge Chmura, about this study and what the court's looking for.
Yes, Councilman. First of all, I'd like to thank the council for moving us up on the agenda. I do appreciate it. I understand you have a long agenda, and we won't be here nearly as late because of that. Of course, I'll have to shovel snow tonight instead of tomorrow morning. So thank you very much for that. I appreciate it. Really, the needs study that you all have was a study to show how much it might cost to build a new courthouse versus what it would cost to renovate the existing structure to make it more compliant with security measures that we need and with ADA requirements as well. And the result of that study was that it would be about the same, about $16 million, although we think we could probably get a courthouse for less than that. But the point was that it really doesn't make any sense to renovate the building because you'd be spending the same amount of money to build a new one. And so what we're asking, I think, and what the point, I think, of your agenda item, Councilman, is to move forward with this by the creation of this committee so that we can study further what it would cost or the procedures would be for building a new courthouse versus renovating it, and ultimately make some sort of decision about this. I think council needs to resolve it one way or the other because of the security needs that we have, and I think this is a good way to do it.
Because I'm a politician, I'm going to ask you, and I know it's been asked before, if this courthouse were to be built, this would not be built from any tax funds.
Correct. It would not be built from any tax funds. There would be no tax increase. Moreover, it would not be built from funds from the general fund. We do have a separate fund for this that is, I think, close to $4 million now. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Then that fund has been created by assessments that the judges have levied on people who have committed crimes, who plead guilty to crimes, misdemeanors in particular. And that's what the fund is right now, and that fund would be used to start building the courthouse, and then ultimately bonds would have to be sold, and the money would be used from the sale of bonds to build the courthouse. But no tax increase and no money from the general fund.
Excellent, thank you. Mr. Curtis, do you have anything you'd like to add?
I was just going to add that, you know, in addition to the security concerns that we have, the building is falling apart. The roof is leaking, the facade is falling apart. There's HVAC, heating, cooling issues in the building. Something needs to be done. And inaction, in our opinion, is no longer an option. And my hope is that through the establishment of this committee, we can examine those issues as well. And, you know, of course, we're biased towards a new building. We established a building fund for that purpose. The committee that would hopefully come to a conclusion one way or another that something needs to be done with this building, and make a recommendation as to what we should do in the hopefully short future regarding those immediate issues we have with the physical problems with the facility.
Thank you, gentlemen. I am going to yield the floor so other council people can ask questions.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Judge Chmura, Mr. Curtis, read the article, very informative. I've met with both of you as well regarding this when you gave me the study. Would a grant from the Justice Department be out of the realm of possibility for a green roof, which would enable the cost to be lowered on it even more?
No, I don't think so. I don't know what the possibilities would be of securing such a grant, but if we could get something, I certainly wouldn't be against it. I mean, why not?
I mean, one of the persons on the panel that I probably would like to see would be is Mr. Gamble, who's secured grants before.
Sure.
And this would be an excellent aspect of that. I totally agree. The courthouse is falling apart. It's small, it's cramped, not ADA compliant. That was one of the reasons, in a backwards kind of sense way, that I suggested a few months ago of moving the council meetings back to the courthouse to draw attention to the needs of it. So I would fully support this, and I appreciate your efforts on everything.
Thank you, Councilman.
Ms. Vogt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was part of that committee for the courthouse needs assessment.
Yes.
And we did a great deal of work on it. It's not up to us, the council, to make the decision to build the courthouse. The mayor has straight up said no. And if the mayor doesn't approve it, we can't approve it, correct?
I don't know. Good question. I guess that might be a question that the city attorney might have to answer. I don't know.
Well, Madam City Attorney, you want to answer that question?
Ms. Michaels?
Through the chair, to you, Ms. Michaels.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I would respectfully request an opinion request to the city attorney's office on that issue. I know council appropriates funds, but the actual activity itself, we would have to review the chain of approvals between the district court, the administration, and council.
Madam Chair.
Now, that was as evasive an answer as I've heard in a long time, Ms. Michaels. Come on, can you do better than that, please? No? That's it?
Not this evening.
Okay, the mayor said in the paper, no. And in fact, he wants to get hands on the fund you've already built to put into the general fund. So that's what I read in the paper, right?
I don't know if the article said that, the article that Councilman Warner mentioned, but I don't necessarily disagree with what you're saying, Councilwoman.
Yeah. So we can study this. We can spend a lot more time. I mean, anyone who takes a tour of that courthouse knows. Anyone who's there on a Tuesday or a Thursday morning when we have county days and the felons are coming through, I know security is an extreme issue. And of course, we have had individuals injured. I mean, I'm, as far as I know, I'm still on the courthouse needs commission or committee. I don't think we've dissolved it. The mayor just didn't allow us to go any further with it. So does somebody have some permission, something from the mayor that says we should go forward?
Well, if I can address that, you know, there is certainly still some uncertainty of whether or not the mayor is going to commit himself to the building of a new courthouse or not. You know, he's taken a tour of the courthouse, and I don't want to speak for him, but I think there's no one that recognizes that, no one that does not recognize that there is a need for something to be done at the courthouse, and I don't think I'm speaking out of turn saying that he recognizes that there are problems over there. What we're hoping is through the establishment of this committee and the appointment of 2 people from the administration that we can help build a stronger, you know, business case, so to speak, that would convince the mayor to get on board.
Okay. As part of the committee and the meetings that we've already had and the work that has already been performed, we know that simply renovating the courthouse is not feasible, that it would cost probably more to try to renovate it than it would to build a new one.
We certainly feel that way, and the need study seems to indicate that, but it should also be examined in committee, I think.
Okay. I don't know where you want to go with this. I mean, the mayor has said, no, he is not building a new courthouse. Okay? I don't know why DDA, the courthouse is in the downtown development area, right? Why aren't they stepping up and saying, yeah, this is, it's not only an eyesore, it's a hazard. I mean, when the roof leaks so badly that you have to close restrooms, and that has happened, am I correct?
That is correct, that has happened.
Your heating and cooling is so bad that you've had to close courtrooms, right?
That's true.
And leaks, the roof leaking into courtrooms has been so severe, you've had to close courtrooms.
We've had to do that, yes.
Yeah, and I'm sure there's a mold issue.
It's possible. We don't have an opinion on that yet, but it's possible. Consider all things considered.
I mean, Warren, we are the busiest district court of the state, correct?
We are the 3rd busiest.
3rd busiest, okay, we're behind.
Detroit and Grand Rapids are the 2 larger district courts.
And Detroit has a much larger
Population.
courthouse than we do. Grand Rapids, I haven't been there. But
for trivia here, the 36th District Court in Detroit actually is the largest court in the entire world, actually, in terms of volume in a single building.
Wow.
It's a big facility, but we're close behind there.
yeah, I mean, that 36 has how many floors to it? How many judges?
Yeah, they have 3 floors.
No, there's more than 3 floors. I've been there.
Basement, I guess.
In any event.
Councilwoman Vogt, there's a couple of points I want to make. Is you're touching on something that's very important, I think. The first has to do with whether the courthouse can be built without the mayor's approval. I don't know the answer to that, but I can tell you that I have some idea as to how I think it should be done. And that is, bonds would be issued by the DDA. Now, they can't be issued by the DDA unless council approves that, because they would have to be backed by the city of Warren, and that couldn't be done without council's approval. I don't know what would happen if council approved the issue of bonds and the mayor was against it. I don't know legally if he could prevent the bonds to be issued. Maybe he could, maybe he couldn't. I don't know. We would need some opinion, I guess, at some point from the city attorney's office regarding that. But that, in general, is how I envision the project to go forward if it did. So whether the mayor could stop it, I don't know. But getting back to your other concerns about what this is really going to do, because I think that's what you're really addressing, and it's a good question. What's this committee going to do? Why should we do it when the mayor's against it? What this will do is keep the issue alive. It'll keep the issue, I'm hoping, on the front burner. It'll keep the issue in the public's eye. It will allow people to talk about it. And that's better than what we have now, which is, quite honestly, nothing. As the chief judge of this court, the number one issue I think that I have outside of making sure the court runs smoothly day to day is to do what I can to get a new courthouse because of the liability concerns. God forbid that something happens in the courthouse similar to what happened in Arizona on Saturday. I pray that it does not happen. But if it does, I don't want to go to bed at night knowing that I didn't do whatever I could to stop that from happening. I just don't want to do that and be in that position for obvious reasons. And if this committee is created by council, at least I can say I tried. I did what I could do. We kept the issue alive. We kept talking about it. And if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. But the alternative, in my mind, is worse, which is nothing. Where do we go from here if this committee isn't created? Do we just go home and forget about it and say a bunch of Hail Marys and rosaries and hope? That's the alternative. And I do that stuff. I believe in that. But, you know, when I went to school, the nuns said, God helps those who help themselves, and this is a way to help not only myself, but the public. And that's really, I think, what this issue is all about and why the proposal is before you tonight.
Okay, well, I've been involved in this for a while, so I wouldn't want to be left out of it now because I don't think we're creating a new committee, are we? We're just reactivating the one that exists?
Well,
and add a council member? I mean, whatever you want to do is fine by me. By the way, you know who's chief executive officer of the DDA, right? Yeah.
Do we know?
Is that the mayor, right?
The mayor.
Oh, is it?
It's the mayor. So that tells you why you don't have the DDA coming out and helping you out.
Well,
it's part of the reason.
Right.
So we'll do what we can do.
Well, that's all we can do is try.
But I want the public to be very much aware. It's not the council that's preventing this from happening. I think the court, it went way back when Judge Jakubowski started this fund, and there's 25% of your building cost is already there. It's already in the fund. 25%, you can get a mortgage at a decent rate when you put 25% down. So doing it with bonds, it's covered. It doesn't cost the taxpayer anything, and those who are using the facility, i.e. the defendants, are paying for it. Sounds like a good deal to me. So, yeah, I would support Mr. Lissa's proposal, and but I would like to continue on the committee if the rest of council agrees.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Sadowski?
Thank you. Ms. Vogt, are you completed your comments? For now. When I saw this item come across my desk to be placed on the agenda, one of the things that I had hoped for, and Judge, you and I spoke in chambers about this. The reason why I feel that the committee needs to be formed, or in this case maybe reintroduced, would be simply to go to that next step, to come up with the business plan. Now we know what the needs are. And we've had the architect describe that to us. Let's start to put together a business plan so when they come to us and say, this is how we want the courthouse to look, this is how we want the courthouse to function, this is what we need based upon the amount of population that comes in and the services that we render at this facility. So when we sit here to make a decision whether we should go forward, we have all the information. And that's kind of what I'm looking for this commission to do and to do next. Issuing the bonds, however we do it through the DDA, whether we do it through the city of Warren, I'm not sure if we can do it through the DDA if we're going to be using those funds that the judges have been accruing with their defendants, because the DDA is paid for with the dollars that are collected from the taxing entities within the DDA. So I'm not sure how that would work in this case, because actually the funds would be paid for through the fund that you've already established. But that's something for the administration to come up with bond counsel. But again, walking through the court and seeing the way it's set up, we've outgrown the building. The building for sure is not in condition that is safe. It is falling apart. I mean, Judge, I'm sitting in your chambers over there, and I'm having water drip on my head, so, you know, I mean, that's just the way it is. I know the electrical is not up to capacity. When we have, in the wintertime, when it's cold, 10 degrees outside, people are trying to use space heaters to stay warm, and it's throwing switches over there. So there are upgrades that need to happen. But, like I said, this commission and what we're talking about forming now is to take it to the next level. We know we have money available. I'm being told, but I'd like to see it down on paper, that the money that we've collected and the future revenues are going to be able to pay for this. I want to see how the building is going to be put together, and how it will be used, and what are some of the functions. And also looking at it not only from just a court standpoint, but now most facilities now are looking at a facility now that serves maybe more than just a court, and how we can incorporate other aspects of government into that building, and we can review those. But I think in order to get a good plan and to understand where we're going to be going, I think this is where this commission needs to go. So I'm fully in support of it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Comartin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Judge.
Good evening, Councilman.
Looking at my biggest concern and where I would like to look at it is the funds. How much is it going to cost? How is it going to be handled from that point? Can it be sustained by the fund itself so it doesn't come on the taxpayers' backs? That's the most important thing, is to analyze the cost scenario. I think the only way to do it is by having a committee and getting all that information established. So I will be in support of the committee to get those facts back to us. But supporting the cost is a huge thing to me, especially, and I knew you threw out the DDA. One concern I have is we have, you know, the big three and the area of the DDA and the funds that are going to be coming in, and what's going to happen to those funds if anything changes. And we've got some issues that are coming up with that we're looking to get some results on. So those are just some checkpoints and concerns that I want to make sure are in place.
Councilwoman Comartin, sorry.
That's great.
That is precisely the reason why this committee should be formed, to answer those types of questions and the types of questions raised by Councilman Sadowski. When I said that this could be built by the DDA issuing bonds, that may not be the best way necessarily. I don't know. That's how I envision it standing here before you this evening, but there may be better ways. I don't know. And the committee could answer that. And I think that's why we need it.
Well, just an exploratory measure of all possibilities. You know, what other venues can you use? You know, how are you going to implement it?
Right.
And exploring each option, you know, and having maybe several different options available. So I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming tonight, too.
Oh, you're welcome.
If I may, just real quick. First of all, I agree with what all my colleagues have already said up here. I think it's absolutely right. In addition to the financing, though, I think security is being greatly, I guess we're mentioning security, but I don't think we're really addressing or painting the picture for the residents at home of how grave of a situation that truly is. And that would be actually my bigger priority in addition with financing, because the liability that we're at and the idea that anyone would be in danger because of that setup, I think is a larger liability that we can't afford to continue, to allow to continue. But that being said, I have a question to Mr. Liss.
Yes, ma'am.
Being that there is a committee that was already in existence, I certainly, I support you in your presentation here. I just don't want to, if there's one that's already been working, I don't want to override them. And yet, I'll be honest, I would love to serve on the committee, so I don't know how to go forward with it.
I tell you what, just for clarity and for finality, I'll include in my motion to sunset the previous committee.
Okay.
And go forward with this committee, so that everything's clear.
Now, were you looking to make those appointments at this meeting of council members? Obviously, Ms. Vogt, I think we should continue.
I would love to serve on the committee, but I think it would be appropriate to make those...
But, Mr. Liss, if I may, I think you have experience with the courthouse having been built.
I do.
Yeah.
And that courthouse is very well laid out.
It's got some goofy corners, trust me.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things we look for, and I'm sorry, Ms. Camp,
No, that's fine, please.
if I'm out of order. When you utilize a courthouse, as a judge, as a litigant, as an attorney, there are some things that you look for that make some courthouses better than others, even though you might look at it and go, wow, that's really beautiful, and I bet that's great. You get in there and it's not functional at all. But Mr. Liss has that experience. And again, I worked on it. I don't have a problem with Ms. Camp, Mr. Liss keeping us up to date on what's going on. And I know if any council member wants to drop in when the committee is meeting, they may do so. So if you'd let me know when dates are, I'll do my best to make it.
Thank you very much, Ms. Vogt.
Just real quick, so
I'm going to amend my motion to form the committee of 6 with 2 members from the court, 2 members of the city council, 2 members of the administration, chosen by the respective bodies, and to sunset or terminate or to end the previous committee.
Okay. All right, I'm comfortable with that.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Stevens, then Mr. Warner.
Thank you. There was been several comments made tonight, and there was some comments made in the paper. I was hesitant to speak of this, but the subject has already been broached, so I will. Do we need to fear for people's safety? I've heard electrical problems, water, and everything. Should the building department be over there inspecting this building to see if it's safe for occupancy?
Whenever we have a problem, we call in building maintenance, and they're very quick to respond to problems that we're having. They're chronic problems, though. And, in terms of, the building department, it's, I think that there are borderline issues. I'm not an expert, and so I couldn't say. My concern, obviously, we need a building. We're here asking you for one at some point, and there are problems over there. Whether the building be condemned or not at this point, to go that far, I don't know. Perhaps we should have someone look at it. I just don't know.
I'm not aware, Councilman Stevens, of any electrical or plumbing or water or heating type of situation that poses an immediate danger to the occupants of the building today. Now, there could be. Again, I'm not an expert like Mr. Curtis, but I'm not aware of that. There is an immediate danger to the public regarding security. We've talked about that already. But as far as issues you've raised tonight, I'm not aware of that now. But I think Mr. Curtis is correct. Perhaps an inspection or something like that would be in order. Perhaps the committee could order that, and we'd find out.
That might be a good subject for the committee to address.
Sure.
Thank you.
Mr. Warner?
Thank you, Madam Chair. One more thing, Judge Shimura. You have my copy of the article in front of you. I'm not sure if it was you or Mr. Curtis that said, but Another thing to consider is now is the time to build. With the construction industry the way it is, we could probably even get it a little bit cheaper, but, you know, not cut rate. But now is the time to build. Construction costs are at an all-time low. The possibility of a grant. But one thing, I don't know, this is regarding Ms. Vogt's question to Ms. Michaels. Should we put this or have this as an official request, possibly for the next meeting, of whether we do need the mayor's approval to go through with this? No? No, but I mean, as far as can this be implemented by council action without approval of the administration?
Well, you know, the mayor could refuse to assign anybody to the committee.
That is a possibility.
And if he refuses, he refuses. But it doesn't mean the committee can't still function as best they can. But working, you know, council working with the court would not be a problem. I mean, now this is January, elections in April. We may have a different mayor by then. Who knows?
Mr. Bacamino?
Thank you. I guess it is wise at this point, since I know later in the agenda, I saw earlier out, I think Judge Biernat is here. If he drove into the snowstorm, it's the second time he's driven here, and pending, you know, approval, right? He would be our city attorney, right, next time we meet. So I think maybe, you know, looking at this today, we don't have an opinion right here today. Is my understanding, I guess I want clarification. Ms. Michaels, are you saying that you're going to go take this back and render us an opinion? Are we going to get an opinion on this? Because we were asked for an opinion, correct, Ms. Vogt, or no? Did you ask Ms. Michaels for an opinion?
I think Ms. Michaels declined to give an opinion, basically.
But no, she did say she would like to take it back. In all due defense of Ms. Michaels, I think she said...
Is that what she was saying?
Madam Chair.
I believe so. That's why I would like
No.
clarification.
What I asked is for council to direct a request to the city attorney's office, and we would prepare an opinion.
Did you want her to do that then? I guess I didn't hear your...
I think we could go forward with the vote tonight on
Right.
this
No,
committee.
I'm not
All we're
talking
doing
about
is
the
setting
vote,
up
but
a committee.
Right. I did want to know if we
And-
wanted to request an opinion. You did bring it up.
I did. I don't think we need to table this to
No, I'm
get
not
an
talking about
opinion.
table. I did not say the word table. I'd never said table. I'm saying...
Okay, it
help
was,
direct Ms.
you know,
Michaels.
I don't want to argue with you up here.
I'm not
please.
arguing. You brought it up, Ms. Vogt. I'm trying to help our city attorney. She just said, does the council want direction? You're the one that requested it. Did you want her to?
Mr. Breckamino, if I can, for clarity.
Does anyone in council want to?
Mr. Liss is the maker of the motion, and Mr. Sadowski is the supporter. I guess you're better served to ask them if they want to amend their motion to include an opinion rendered from the
Okay,
city
I'll ask,
attorney's
does anybody want to amend their motion just to include? I'm not trying to stop this or table it. I just want to know for clarification, are we asking this city attorney, but in 2 weeks we could have a different permanent city attorney, and I think since you asked the question, it does do the respect to have some type of request, yes or no? Do we want to do this? So does anybody,
Mr. Bacamino.
the maker of the motion, or want to amend it to include it?
I guess I really don't need an opinion from the city attorney, because I know that the function of the mayor is to run the day-to-day operations of the city. He asks us for approval or denial on items for functions of the city, whether it's building a building, it's buying a police car, and we either approve or we deny.
So you know the answer to Ms. Vogt's question, correct?
I don't think I need to have
I'm not
that
an
question
attorney.
answered, because I believe that this does have to come through the mayor. I don't think that the court system can circumvent the mayor in order to build a courthouse.
Okay, that's all I was asking for, because the question was, like, I'm not a divorce attorney, I'm not a city attorney, I'm a teacher, I don't understand law as much as
I'm
you
a
do.
country lawyer.
Country lawyer, and that's the only reason. There's no argument here. I think a lot of viewers would say, gosh, we just asked a question to the city attorney, and people at home might want to know too. Get educated. It's a chance we have our chief judge here, and I support this, but I just was wondering if that was the case. And I understand, Mr. Sadowski, you believe that that's the case. I trust you. I just didn't know why the question was asked to Ms. Michaels, and if we already knew the answer. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Green?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Judge Chimera, you said earlier that the fund set up with, and the building would be constructed with zero tax dollars. But the one point you made is that we do have a significant maintenance issue. So my point will be brief. We are spending tax dollars maintaining this building.
Yes,
Significant amount of tax dollars maintaining this building.
correct.
So we need tax dollars to shore up other parts of our budget. That,
Okay.
you know, if I can take that money from maintenance and move it elsewhere, that's going to help out.
Okay, I'm not sure if I follow.
What I'm saying is that we're continuing to spend a significant amount on maintenance as opposed to a new building that's not going to have that amount of maintenance on it.
Correct, so it would make sense
Okay?
to build a new
So
building.
while we are using tax dollars to build it, we are using a significant amount of tax dollars to maintain it.
Maintain it, correct.
So, and that's something we don't want to do.
That's, okay, correct, yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
If there's no other comments, I'll go ahead and call the question for creating of the committee. Mr. List?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Mr. Bachamino?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously.
Request for break, Madam Chair.
I have a request for a break. Council will go into recess.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen, for being here.
Thank you.
Oh, that was just a bit crazy. Okay, if we can have the council members return, we'll resume the meeting. And if I could have someone from communications come up here briefly, I'd appreciate it. Cool. Feel free to stop by my house. Okay, we'll resume the council meeting with agenda item 22A.
Remain table 1221-2010, consideration and adoption of a resolution awarding bid and approving contract to the lowest bidder, Consumer Energy Company, for water meter reading services for a 3-year period with the option to extend the contract for 2 additional 1-year periods, consistent with the terms of the bid of the contract ITB-W-8139, in the estimated total cost for the first year of the contract being $405,594, and authorizing the mayor and the clerk to execute said contract. Motion to remove from the table?
Support.
Motion by Mr. Sadowski to remove from the table, support by Mr. Green. All in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? The item's been removed from the table. I need a motion and support for the item itself.
I'll move it. Support.
Motion by Mr. List, support by Mr. Green. Any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Comartin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just going over the contract, we had several issues that were brought up that we covered. We looked at several different options. I see Mr. Marslick. Chuck? Good evening.
Hello.
Just would like, maybe if you could update everybody on all the options that you explored. I understand that you have a new resolution that is put before us. You and the city attorney had worked on reducing the amount, so we did get a reduction on that.
That's correct. It went from 69 cents to 67 cents.
And we also have something that's been added into the resolution that states that you will be reviewing any kind of labor agreement increase.
That's right. And in the past, it's been approved by, those changes have been approved by the purchasing department, but Ms. Michaels and I put in the language that I'm actually going to approve it, so.
Okay, excellent. All right. And if you maybe want to just touch bases on all the options that you went through. I know that you spent a lot of time on this and looked at all the options, so at least the citizens know what we did go through and how we explored all options with this.
When you say all options, you mean?
When you went down your list that we were checking on, one, we were checking on alternating. We were looking at saving additional money, but what consumers didn't do is they said that we would have to rebid the whole contract.
Correct.
For
Ours is monthly, and they also do quarterly billing, but we talked to them about every other month billing. And basically, they would have to rework their routes, and then also their bid was based upon a monthly fee. They would charge more, so there would be a new bid process, yes.
Okay, so instead, we got a concession based on the amount change.
Right. The 69 cents that was in the original bid was based upon a 6% increase that they had averaged the last 4 years for their labor contracts. So the concession basically came about because their actual union contract changed by 2.9%. Is that correct, Ms. Michaels? It was 2.9? And so therefore, that's where the concession came in, and that came in today.
Okay, so we also verified what the labor contract was and what the percentage increase was at that time, too?
Correct.
All right, excellent. I just, at the time that it had come up, we did not have a contract approved, so now we've got one in place to cover those bills. And then we also are adjusting the bills that are going to come up in the next two items, and they will be at the 67 cents.
That's right. The two bills that we hope that you approve tonight are currently at the 69 cents, and the next bill by consumers will have a credit for those two bills for the 2 cents difference.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any further comments from council members? Seeing or hearing none, I'll call the question. Mr. List?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Bacamino?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
No.
Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed 8-1.
Thank you.
Next agenda item is 22A1. This was 7A. Request approval of check number 86604 in the amount of $31,987.02 payable to Consumer Energy Company for meter reading services. This was a 4-4 vote on 12/21. No action was taken.
Need a motion and support?
Motion to approve with discussion, please, Madam Chair.
Motion by Ms. Vogt. Support. Support by Ms. Comartin. Discussion, Ms. Vogt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Rob?
Yes.
Sir, this bill, is it going to be adjusted for the new rate?
Yes.
And they will do that by giving us a credit?
They'll give us a credit on the next bill.
Okay, so the two bills that are up, this one and then the check that's coming up next,
Right.
they will be reduced?
By the 2 cents, and there'll be a credit on the next bill. Now, when I say next bill, dealing with a billing department, it might be a second month after that. I don't know I can't say for sure, but we will get that credit.
Well, they bill us quarterly, I
Monthly.
believe. I'm sorry?
Monthly,
Monthly?
yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, as long as you're going to watch it and make sure that we get the appropriate
We
credit.
definitely will.
We'd appreciate it.
Yep,
Okay, thank you.
okay.
Any further comments from council members? Go ahead and call the question. Ms. Vogt.
Yes.
Ms. Comartin.
Yes.
Mr. Bacamino.
Yes.
Mr. Green.
Yes.
Mr. List.
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski.
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously.
Item 22A2, request approval of check number 86809 in the amount of $31,281.15 payable to Consumers Energy Company for meter reading services.
Motion to approve.
Support.
Motion by Ms. Comartin, support by Mr. Green. Any discussion? Same as the previous item. I'll go ahead and call the question. Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Mr. Bacamino?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously.
Next agenda item is 22B, died for lack of support on 12/21/2010. Notice of appointment and request to confirm the appointment of Hillary Catella and Joan Flynn to the Redistricting Commission.
Motion
approve
to
again.
deny.
Motion to approve.
I have a motion to deny by Ms. Comartin and a motion...
Support on Ms. Kumartin's motion to deny.
A motion to deny is supported by
And-
Mr. Stevens.
Madam Chair, discussion?
Ms. Comartin?
And the motion is to deny based on it violates state law.
Okay. Any other comments from council members?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Stevens?
On face value, I agree with Ms. Kumartin's statement that it violates state law. Obviously, later on in the end of the agenda, I have an item that I want to get passed and a determination, so that a determination can be made as to which way we should go. My concern tonight with the districts and/or the wards, regardless of how it turns out, is that this council does not violate state law, that we are doing what we should be doing. And I think by making these appointments tonight, I think we would definitely be putting the horse before the cart.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Vogt?
if Mr. Stevens is finished.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I agree with Mr. Stevens. State law says that the legislature has to do the districting. I don't know why the term redistricting is out there. I know that's that was in the proposal, but since we don't have districts, it's not really redistricting. But until we get some clarification, and I said this back in November, that we need to have a declaratory judgment from the circuit court telling us, do we follow charter, do we follow state law? We would be premature in making any appointment here. I would suggest that this be tabled until we get the opinion.
Discussion.
Madam Chair, discussion?
Well, first of all, Ms. Vogt, is that a motion to table?
No support.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question, the answer. There was a motion to table?
It was a motion to table, and I heard support.
There's no support.
Is there support for motion to table? Okay, the tabling motion dies due to lack of support. Were you finished, Ms. Vogt?
Yes?
Mr. Bacamino?
Thank you. Died for lack of support, 12/21/10. Yes, I made the motion to support this back in December because time is ticking. I applaud Mr. Stevens for asking for a deck statement because I think it probably should have been done back when people thought we might have been breaking the law. If any lawyers on here thought we were breaking the law, I think we should have made that deck statement back in November, right after the election. No one did. I agree with Mr. Stevens' statements in the Macomb Daily. He was waiting, giving a chance for someone from the No Wards for District Committee to lead the charge on that. The window of 60 days is now passed. So I don't see anything wrong right now with Mr. Stevens. He's doing the job, I think, that probably should have been done by somebody else. Maybe the mayor, I agree with Ms. Vogt, maybe someone on the council, if you feel that strongly, but I never felt strongly. I still feel that you could get a deck statement, it could come back. There's a chance that a judge could say that this is municipal law, and because it was done by the people, that we may get exempted. That's a possibility. The district court could do that. And since it is a possibility, I don't think the horse is before the cart, Mr. Stevens. I disagree with you as well. I think we already know that 20,000 voters pushed this through, despite thousands of dollars to try to stop it. And Ms. Vogt, you know that. You spent, according to the Macomb Daily, $3,000 of your own money. Your husband spent $1,500. That's $4,500 to stop it, and now we're going to try to move forward. If you felt this was illegal, I wish you would have made the deck statement request for that back in November, right after the election, but you chose not to. You blame it on the mayor. That's fine. He probably could have done it too, but he's adhering to the will of the people, and I think they supersede because that has already passed in the election. If we feel that the state law is the law of the land, they have the burden on them to prove 20,000 citizens wrong. We already know what the citizens want. It's already in our charter. Go ahead with it and then challenge it. Because right now, we're innocent till proven guilty. I think that's the first thing any kid ever hears when they watch Perry Mason back in the day. This has already passed. It is there. If it is proven illegal, do it. Challenge it. No one has done that. No one's had the reason or wherewithal to do except for today. Mr. Stevens, I applaud you for doing that, but I don't think the horse is before the cart. I think we need to push what the people want, and they asked for within 60 days of November 2nd to have a committee. And last meeting, we did not approve Judge Biernat for whatever reason we want to say, but he is part of that committee. We did not approve Mr. Cutella or Ms. Flynn, and they're part of that committee. Whether you like it or not, my constituents are telling me the council is delaying this. This is what they want. Go ahead with the committee, have your deck statement, and when it comes back, and you have to admit there is a chance it could come back, that the people of Warren are correct. Their will is the law of this land. And should that happen, we will not have that committee in place because of our actions today. I will not stand in the way of 20,000 voters. Start the committee, have your deck action later. When it comes back, if the judge rules in the favor of the people of Warren, we're ready to roll. But we know what the people want. And I think the way we're doing this is backwards. It's delaying the will, and the window is getting smaller. The 60-day window is already closed. Can we make up the difference? Sure we can. It doesn't take a long time to do this. But I don't think it's fair to anybody out there that wants to run for our seats. They should be starting their campaign now. I know some of us have already started. I've seen it. I've heard people at the senior groups. They're already starting their campaigns. That's an unfair advantage to an incumbent. And there are people out there that have voted and tried to get this district smaller so they then financially could compete with someone at large. And I like your quote in the paper, Mr. Stevens. You're running at large. Right now, we are all running at large because there are no districts. Until we get that deck statement, until we get also this committee started. And we don't have the power over the mayor. We can't make the mayor ask for a declaratory statement. But we all have individual power to do what Mr. Stevens had the courage to do today. He put it on the agenda. So to say that, oh, the mayor should have done it back in November, so could have you, Ms. Vogt. You spent $4,500 to stop it. I spent zero. Mr. Stevens spent zero. He shouldn't have to try. We're doing the will of the people. So if you want to go ahead and table this, or you want to delay it again, that's not on the mayor's shoulders, not on mine, it's on yours. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to make the record straight, going with the Home Rule City Act, Act 279, the Charter Provision 117.36. Section 36 states the following: no provision of any city charter shall conflict with or contravene the provisions of any general law of the state. It specifically states that you cannot violate state law. And the only reason why it got on the ballot was because it was a petition ballot. Even though it wasn't correct, it still went on for the voters to vote on. Unfortunately, it is a very bad situation that the voters got a chance to vote on something that was illegal and that we couldn't stop it. But because of the initiative petition, you could not stop it at that time. Secondly, second item, if you go to the State of Michigan Department of Attorney General, we had an opinion that was sent to us. All of us got it, including every single council person up here. August 23rd, 2010, it was dated. It was regarding the initiative petition passed by the voters in November. If you go to the second page of that letter, and that letter came from the Attorney General's office. Second page of the letter, the opinion, I'm quoting the Attorney General's office opinion in part. It says, I have examined the proposed amendments in the light of the Home Rule City Act, 1909 Public Act 279 MCL 117.1 and conclude that the amendments are consistent with the requirements of the HRCA except, and I do say except, for having the boundaries of council districts drawn by a newly established redistricting commission. And that, which currently right now includes the clerk, the city assessor, the city attorney, and 2 appointments by the mayor. When you go on to the next paragraph, it says Section 27A of the Home Rule City Act assigns the responsibility for determining election districts to the city's legislative body. The city's legislative body, which is us, council. The section was added in the Home Rule City Act in 1966 to ensure compliance by the city government with judicially recognized right of the voters electing representatives by districts to have those districts be of substantially equal size. And they have a court case that substantiates that. When you go in to the next paragraph, it says as proposed, the new city charter section 5.1b states that the boundary lines for 5 council districts are to be drawn by a 5-member redistricting commission consisting of the city clerk, the city attorney, the city assessor, and 2 citizens appointed by the mayor and confirmed by city council. It goes on, it says, if we are faced with this issue, which right now on the table we are faced with this issue, it is likely that a court would find this charter designated role of the proposed redistricting commission to be without legal effect. It specifically states it's not valid. It has no substance. So really, by having an appointment come over to us, it's not legal.
That's your opinion.
It specifically states that. How high can you go up on a ladder when you're dealing with the Attorney General? I mean, that's the top of the state. I'm sorry, I conclude.
I would like.
Ms. Michaels?
Ms. Michaels.
If I may, Madam Chair, I just would like to state the charter provision that's in effect does provide for the redistricting commission, and that is not a figment of anybody's imagination. In 2002, the Home Rule Cities Act was amended to create the concept of a redistricting commission, and that would include a member appointed by the mayor, confirmed by city council. Council has valid concerns, I understand that. But if there are 2 avenues that we're following, I don't think that it would be in the best interest of the city to ignore what's currently in the charter, which provides for a redistricting commission.
All right, Madam Chair, I still have the floor.
Ms. Martin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you're looking at the redistricting commission, that is true. It is in the new charter. But there also, it states that we are not going to violate our charter in any way. When you look at 4.3 of our charter, it states that no person can be on 2 commissions. We have the attorney, we have the controller, I mean, not the controller, excuse me, the city attorney, the assessor, and the clerk. So they are already on 1 commission, how can they be on 2?
They are longstanding members of the Election Commission.
Right, this is not the
So that is,
election commission.
that has been the established policy in the city for the Election Commission. The redistricting commission.
Yeah, how, they can't be on 2, it states that.
That would,
in the Home Rule
for
City
the
Act.
Election Commission, though, that is the exception. The redistricting commission candidates, the lay candidates, will resign from their post as commission members to serve on the redistricting commission.
But
the
it's charter
election commission-
mandated, so how can they resign on a charter mandated issue? I don't understand that. As we go along.
No, I'm sorry, they will resign from their current post they'll resign from their current commission positions to serve on the redistricting commission.
No, I
So they won't
understand
serve
you're talking about the
simultaneously.
appointments, but you still have 3 other people that are on other commissions.
The Election Commission is composed of those 3 members and always have been.
That's correct, but that's
So they
still 2
serve
commissions.
2. Right, that is a grandfathered situation.
Yeah, you got to show me where it says that.
I'll pull
It
the
says
ordinance
they can't be
regarding
on
the
2.
Election Commission, but that's established. And they do hold 2 posts. They serve on that commission and they serve as in their office.
Well, basically, when you look at the proposal and the ballot language that was passed, when you look at that, basically, if you take that proposal language and just eliminate approximately 22 words of it and exclude the mayor, we'll still be forming a commission, but it'll be council's duty to form that commission. Because they have to set up rules. It states it right in here. I'll hold my comments for
Madam
other
Chair.
council
Mr.
members.
Liss?
May I ask a question, Ms. Michaels? One of your statements confused me. You're stating in the Home Rule City Act, I got a copy of it here, so if you have the citation. I'm looking at Michigan Compiled Law 117.27A, and the Attorney General's, George Elworth's letter states that this is the controlling statute, and this is the controlling section of the statute, and it's clear that the the city legislature has the authority and the duty to draft any districts. You seem to mention that there was something else in the Home Rule City Act?
The section is MCLA 117.3, from memory, I believe it's
That was
3I.
repealed, no longer
That was
effective.
not, that's still in effect.
It wasn't repealed in 2006? 117.3,
3.
mandatory charter provisions? That's what it says here.
That's startup.
Trying to conduct some business here. I can't even hear what people are yelling out there. 117.3?
117.3, I can't think of the subsection from memory.
Well,
but it's
I'm
still-
looking at it right now. Each city charter shall provide for the following, and it goes on forever. For the election of mayor, and for election of these people and those people, the nomination of elective officers by partisan or nonpartisan primary, the time, manner, means of holding elections, the registration of electors, the qualification, duties, and compensation of the city's officers, the establishment of one or more wards, and if the members of the city's legislative body are chosen by wards for equal representation of each ward in the legislative body. But that doesn't say anything about commissions.
The section of the Home Rule City Act does.
Well, this is what I'm looking at. I'm looking at the Home Rule City Act. And I read this thing.
117.3, is it? Let's see.
While she reviews that, do you have further comment, Mr. List?
Yes, I do. I'm going to try to disagree without being disagreeable, and that's going to be hard for me. I want to, like, maybe have a, maybe we need a joke or something. Maybe I can chill everybody out with this fire extinguisher. Or, bucket of water, but it's empty. Theoretically, the redistricting commission, which is what it's called, has 5 members. As far as I know, 3 are required for quorum. If they had wanted to meet November 4th, they could have. So it's not up to council. If they wanted to meet and perhaps discuss things and not go quite to the end where they may or may not be violating state law, they could have. I think it's a misconception here. The city's stopping anything. We've got the 3 members of the commission, and they could have picked up the phones and met. So council's not stalling anything. Council is in a predicament. I mean, frankly, it's a predicament. The electors voted for this, but the Attorney General said you got to take another look at it because it's a problem. The other thing that struck me about this proposal, one, the author of this proposal has never revealed him or herself, but the author struck out Chapter 5.1 of our charter. Now, what's Chapter 5.1? It's the length of term of our offices. I could probably venture a pretty good guess that 90% of our residents don't want us to serve for life. Well, when you get rid of the chapter provision 5.1, there's no term of office. It's gone. I don't hear anybody talking about that. And I've been trying to make an issue of that. We'll discuss that a little later with Mr. Stevens' thing, but that, just trying to disagree without being disagreeable. I don't think anybody's trying to preclude the will of the people. You do have to respect 20,000 voters, but you represent 138,000. Those are my comments. I'll wait for Ms. Michaels to take a look at that.
Ms. Camp?
Ms. Michaels, are you prepared to respond?
Yes, I found the section in MCLA 117.3A that refers to a redistricting commission. Sorry, my voice. And
Can you show me? Yeah, okay. I'm prepared to discuss that. You're right, Ms. Michaels, except for one little fact. Let me calm down a little bit. Section 3A says that a city that has a population of not less than 750,000, as determined by the most recent decennial census. This applies to Detroit only.
okay, what I said is that in the act, the concept has been created. So there's some validity there.
Well, yeah, but the validity is that the state legislature, in their infinite wisdom, and I know the history of this provision because it's been going around for 10 years.
Madam Chair, if I may. Councilman, I
I'll
respect
yield.
the position, if I may.
No.
The other section that council referred to, MCLA 117.27A, does state that that section does not repeal any charter provisions meeting the standards established herein. Now, I'm not getting into legal, I don't want to enter into any type of argument or debate here. All I'm saying is that there are reasons to go forward according to the city charter.
Well, have you contacted Assistant Attorney General George Elworth?
I know Mr. Elworth. I have not.
Not
because-
contacted him
no.
on this? He's the guru of city charter.
He's phenomenal.
Yeah, he's the only guy in the state who does it. And I'll disagree with you.
Mr.
I yield.
Macamino?
Thank you. I'll try to be
Madam
kind
Chair?
and gentle.
Since Mr. Bacamino spoke, and I asked to
Oh, I apologize.
Oh, I-
Mr.
I-
Becker,
I-
respond to
yield.
his comments before he
I
goes
yield to
off
Ms.
again.
Vogt since she has not had a chance to talk yet. Thank you.
Ms. Vogt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Bacamino, 8 people, 8 out of 9 had the courage to state publicly how they felt about the non-existent Warren Tea Party proposal. Now, Warren Tea Party never did register, and no one has taken credit for writing that. But 8 out of 9 publicly said what you stated privately, but we had the courage to do so. 6, because our constituents, people we heard from, said they were opposed and would we please do something to stop it. 6 of us were willing to contribute time and money and run an educational program. 6 of us. And yet, Mr. Bacamino, you only want to talk to me. And I'm not quite sure what your problem is with me. I mean, I worked real hard supporting you and getting you elected here, but it's beside the point. If you have an issue with me, please let you and I address it privately instead of you sitting up here very unprofessionally taking pot shots at me. I don't appreciate it. Now, we had the Attorney General say that provision violated state law. We had the governor say that provision for the mayor to appoint a commission violated state law. We had Chief Trial Attorney Nancy Green, when she was up here back in November, when I raised this issue and said it needs to be addressed at the circuit court for declaratory judgment, which is what Mr. Stevens is proposing tonight. Ms. Green agreed. There's a conflict there. And it needs to be resolved by a circuit court judge, not a district court, Mr. Bacamino. So, by a circuit court judge. So it needs to go there. It needed to go there back in November. Now, even though, and Mr. Liss is absolutely right, that redistricting commission, 3 members is a quorum. They could have met. They don't need the other 2 who are proposed here. Would not have been a problem. But here's the big hurdle for everybody to overcome, whether it's the commission or the council. We don't have the census numbers. So nobody's going to be able to do anything until we get those numbers. So we file a deck action. Ms. Green, what do we say? We'd probably have a response within about a month. I would think. The court, the circuit court, is cognizant of deadlines. They're cognizant of the fact that this needs to be done, but nothing can be done until we've got the census numbers, and I'm not even so sure we're going to have those in January. March 31, all right? So we can sit up here and badger and argue and be disagreeable and beat up on one another unnecessarily, or we can move forward and get things done. Should have moved forward back in November. The mayor apparently is not worried about violating state law. I am. I'm not going to do it. By the same token, I don't want to violate charter. I don't want to do either one. In fact, violating state law, I could lose my license to practice law. Not willing to do that, folks. So sit up there, beat up on me all you want to. You want to be the mayor's alter ego, Mr. Bacamino? Have at it. I'm kind of tired of it, but that's okay. That's your job, that's your job. If these are the people the mayor wants to appoint, no one's addressed any issues as far as Mr. Catella or Ms. Flynn. I have issues with Mr. Catella because he was in the paper already saying what he's not going to do, so apparently he's predisposed to something, and I'm not sure what it is. But I would renew my motion to table until after we have, assuming we vote to have the declaratory judgment, and address, it might be a moot point then, or we might be able to, very quickly make the appointments.
I'll support your motion to table.
Thank you.
I have a motion to table by Ms. Vogt and a support to table by Mr. Liss. And assuming the outcome, I will call the question. Ms. Vogt?
Yes to table.
Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
No, because I didn't get a chance to speak.
Mr. Stevens? Neither did I. Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
No to table.
Mr. Green?
No.
Ms. Comartin?
No. Violate state law.
No to table?
Yes, a no to table, no,
Okay,
based on my decision.
all right. Mr. Bacamino?
No.
Camp, yes to table. The tabling motion failed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 to 4.
Discussion after Mr. Sadowski, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Are you recognizing me?
Yes,
Okay.
Mr. Sadowski?
I'm going to just get back to just the issue, as opposed to, in this case, whether we're violating state law, as to how this is all to come out. The issue before us today, right now, is the appointment of 2 individuals to this commission, and whether we feel that these 2 people are qualified to sit on this commission. I was one of the individuals that put money in to help to educate the citizens of Warren with regard to districting. I didn't think it was a good idea. I still don't think it's a good idea. However, 20,000 voters did think it was a good idea. Now, there's plenty of details that need to be sorted out, but I still think the details can be sorted out, and if you don't feel that these people are qualified or should be on this commission, then vote no. I had an issue with Mr. Catella, as did Mrs. Vogt, because of the comments that he had made in the paper. Now, I had since called him and discussed at some length with him about the article that was written and what he had indicated. Now, he admitted to me that he did not have access to any of the census data as to how the districts should be drawn up. He was speaking of his opinion and what he thought was I guess was best for the city, and doing it in, I don't want to say in a non-educated or an uneducated way, without the correct information. My concern was that we'd be putting people on this commission that could not, that were coming in with very biased opinions as to how things are to be drawn up. I want individuals in there with an open mind. Now, after having discussion with him, I still feel that I feel that this individual does have an open mind and is willing to draw the districts up with an unbiased opinion. I don't want to say he was misquoted by the newspaper. I think he was probably more caught off guard. So those are my statements, and also I did want to clarify the point. It's cart before the horse, not horse before the cart. So
That was stated 3 times.
just so that's clarified. So thank you,
Mr. Bacamino?
Mr. Green has asked for, he hasn't had a chance to speak yet, just to.
Mr. Green?
Ditto.
Ditto?
Thank you. I didn't say ditto head. What we have here right now is, Councilman Sadowski said, is the appointment of 2 people to a commission. The perchance of violating state law is the city clerk at some point acting on those districts, if they have their meeting. Until that happens, there's no violation of state law. Seating a districting commission is not violating state law because they haven't acted and published a district map that has been acted upon in an election. We have an item coming up later to ask for a deck action. My personal opinion, seat them, move forward. There's no, we're all looking, say, okay, we got to go one way or the other. There's nothing that says we can't go seat them, and also on the later agenda item address that. And that way we do what our charter tells us we have to do, and we also then in the later item have the opportunity to ask whether state law prevails. We don't have to pick one or the other right now. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Stevens?
Thank you. My problem is not with the, I'm willing, whatever is found out, I'm willing to go that way. But at this point, my contention is with these two individuals. And that's why I'm voting to deny. And that's why I supported that motion. You notice that they've included their resignation from their other commissions and/or boards that they're on, which would have been a violation of the charter. That was an afterthought. As soon as this is done, they'll be reappointed. I could find the people right out here to fill those positions, on this right now. They don't need to be these two people. Bring me two other people, and then I can vote on it. But for tonight, I'm going to vote to deny these two individuals. That's where I'm at.
Mr. Warner?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not going to throw any more cliches. I don't want to end up in the paper again. But well, that was quotes last time. Let's get everything in place, and whatever the action is, we'll go from it for there. We've got the commission, we've got Mr. Lisses to schedule committee of the whole to start drafting. We can't draft until we get the census anyway, so.
Right.
Unless we go by the previous census, but who knows what the declaratory action is going to be.
Preliminary numbers of the census will be out in mid-February.
Yeah.
But they won't be
So,
official till.
let's move forward with everything, and then once we get the answer that we need, we've got all our apples in a row. Is that a good cliche? And then we're ready to go. Thank you.
Ducks.
Ducks in a row.
Eggs in one basket.
If I may just add in one comment in regards to these appointments, I just want council members to be aware, I have spoken with Mr. Catula and both Ms. Flynn. I had informed Mr. Catula of the letters that were received by the city clerk's office in regards to, from the governor and then both the assistant state attorney general, stating what the possible question or problem with this issue may be. So I know that he is aware of it, and I have spoke with Ms. Flynn, and she actually has copies, or stated that she had copies of the letters in her possession. So hopefully with that information, even if we were to make these appointments, they would keep that in advisement and are being kept abreast of the action that council may take later, that a deck action may be sought. So I would be confident that they would not necessarily move forward with anything at this point pending that outcome.
Madam Chair?
Mr. Bacamino asked for the floor once everybody spoke once. Right. Mr. Bacamino?
Thank you. I'm going to be kind and gentle, and you're still not going to like it. I don't think anybody here is berating anyone, but we'll see how you take this when I say it this way. First of all, the accusations that I'm singling you out in this vote, I'm not. I'm trying to get this commission established. I agree with Mr. Green. Having a commission is not breaking state law. Once the commission redistricts, they're breaking the law if that's the case. It's on their necks. If anything, if you want to get back at the mayor, vote yes for the commission, and then, guess what? It's on their necks, because we're not redistricting. They do it, and if it's found in the, and I said district court, you're right, because I admit, I'm not a divorce attorney. I'm not a city attorney. And everybody out, you're a country lawyer.
Country lawyer.
But I do know this, and Mr. List is right. 20,000 people voted for it. There's not 138,000 voters in Warren, though. There are 138,000 people.
Represent all the.
But I represent their constituents. I do represent them all.
Yeah.
But I said 20,000 voters, you said 138. Voters and apples and oranges. There's constituents and voters. There's a difference. But back to misvote, why did I call out your name? I didn't mean to call anybody out. Most people on the districts, and I don't like the wards, donated about $500 to $1,000. Your family, by my calculation, donated the most, $4,500. That is a fact, and I teach fact and opinion. That is a fact. So by default, financially, you are the leader of that district financially, of that no awards. And that's fine. We're trying to move forward now, but making tabling motions is not moving forward. Whether we like it or not, the mayor is doing what the people asked him to do. Back in November, after the election, I made a motion so that we could establish an ordinance so that no matter what the commission determined, council would have the right then to go thumbs up or down. So you know what? I will stand alone. I have the courage to stand alone. In November, no one here supported that motion. It would have given us the power to let the commission act. If it's illegal, they're done, and we have the power. But that was not even, nobody here backed me. You're right. Last month, we pulled Judge Biernet off the agenda. I voted no, because he's part of that commission. We need consistency. You ask me questions why, I'll give you the answers. I'm not berating, I'm being kind and gentle. People can give it out, but sometimes it's hard to take the truth. I've heard department heads get bashed here week after week by certain council. You want to talk about berating? I'm here to try to get these two people on now so the window does not close further on other voters. If it's illegal, it's not on our heads. There's nothing illegal about voting yes for these two. But I am concerned at the delay after delay after delay. And there's various reasons. It doesn't have to be to delay this charter amendment. State law, state law, state law. That's an opinion from the Attorney General's office. It wasn't even the city Attorney General, and we have a new Attorney General. I said this last time. Opinions change. You're right, district court judge, circuit court judge, the people at home know what I'm talking about. The circuit court judge could come back and say, the will of Warren's people are right, misvote, you're wrong. Or we're all wrong. Or they could say the will of the people are right, Mr. Bacamino, that's correct. We should have started this commission. But either way, time is ticking. May is the deadline for people to file. I would like to have anybody that wants to run. You know, I might not even run myself. Who cares? This is bigger than all of us. This is bigger than all of us. You say you helped me win the election. Thank you, whatever. I help myself. God helps those who help themselves. I think a chief judge said that. I'm going to help myself right now because this is bigger than anybody up here. And every day we waste, there are people in America that want to either unseat incumbents because they're angry. And that's the way you should do it. You shouldn't come to courthouses being angry, screaming, yelling. You should be kind and gentle like we're doing right now. They're going to try to do what every American wants to do, is vote, run elections, not have anger and wars and guns and what happened in Arizona. This is the American way to do it. So this is why I'm trying to get this passed. Vote no if you want to. I'm voting yes, and let it be whatever it is. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Mr. List.
Thank you. I'm going to bring this fire extinguisher back at every meeting. Maybe it'd chill things out. Maybe I'll fill that bucket with ice water. I'm going to ask council members to kind of relax here a little bit. I mean, our own rules of conduct here require us not to engage in personal attacks, and shall discuss only agenda items being considered, not discuss unrelated items. Look, we've got a tough task to do. I've heard some good stuff. You know, we're in a conundrum, and I think that our constituents understand that. You know, we've got Section 5.1 has been eliminated. As far as I know, no one's going to elect me to serve for life. So let's move forward. Let's get this done. I really don't care who spent money on what campaign, and I really don't think there were any delays, because that committee, that commission could have met the day after the election in November. Why they didn't, I don't know. They don't respond to the council. We're a legislative body. We pass bills, we pass laws, but 99% of the city employees don't work for us. All right. Kumbaya.
Madam
Martin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's just not just an opinion. It is in the Home Rule City Act. That's where this is stated. Secondly, coming from the mayor, it was supposed to be established by the legislative body. So that's why this action of two people coming forward is illegal. I respect everybody's opinion up here. This is not to do anything to the voters' will. The people's will has been heard. Everybody that I have talked to have expressed their opinion to me. I think we all want to move forward with this, but we want to do it in a proper fashion. We want it to be legal. We do not want it to be challenged. And we want to make things move forward. Nobody is looking for gaining positions here. That is not what this is about. The people, the voters are going to speak of who they want elected no matter what by majority of who's doing their job. It's not going to have who's doing their job or who they like that's coming door to door or, you know, in their flyers, whatever it may be. But this is just to get us on the right track. I just don't think that this should be coming as to appointments from the administration aspect, because that's not what the state law states. So it is nothing against the two people that are running. I think more people should apply, and I think we should review more applications. But that is my opinion, and that's how I will be voting no on this, because it violates state law. And I am not going to do that because I took an oath. When I swore in, my oath stated that I would support the state constitution. Every one of us up here said that. So I cannot support it as is, and I won't. Thank you.
Any other comments from council members?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Bo.
I hate beating a dead horse, but you know what? We've been beating this one a long time. Mr. Bacamino, I'm not a divorce attorney, all right? I'm an attorney. I'm an AV-rated attorney. I'm sure you don't know what that means, but that's the highest rating an attorney can receive from her peers. That's me, okay? I know Mr. Faust always wanted to minimize my professional standing by saying divorce attorney, like that's something bad, and you know, you've picked up the same lingo. That's okay. Maybe making the appointment does not violate state law, but it certainly puts the wheels in motion. I value my law license. I value that AV rating, and there's a reason I have that high rating. I can't vote on this, support it as it is, until we get the clarification. And that's what we need to do. So tabling obviously is not an option, so I've got to support the motion to deny. And it has nothing to do with Ms. Flynn. Probably, if we had the opinion and we were just voting on the two people, I would have asked to divide the question, because again, Mr. Catella seemed to have some pretty strong opinions in the paper. So I'm going to support the motion to deny. Thank you.
Any further comments from council members? I'm just going to give you my final thought on this, is that I know all of council actually embraces what the directive of the voters was. We understand that there will be districts, there will be 7 members of council, 5 will be elected from districts and 2 at large. By no means is this to be construed as an attempt to block that from happening, nor would it ever stop it from actually happening. But the prudent thing to do is to have the right course of action laid out, so that what manpower, what time, what effort goes into it is not wasted or pulled out from underneath us at the 11th hour of this situation. That would only delay those candidates that want to challenge for our positions even further. And in regards to being concerned that this council didn't take action in November, I did not request this item for a deck action decision to be put on the agenda, and here's the simple reason why. That election was a mandate to the mayor that they wanted council changed. That's why the wording was approved that the mayor appoint the commission. And when the mayor was made aware that there may be a conflict of interest on those two, between the wording and the state law, and when his acting chief city attorney at that time sat here and said, yes, there was reason for concern, I am shocked that he did not move forward, being that the power was put with the mayor on this issue. Being that he has not acted, I think the prudent thing to do, myself, I would have rather seen this item tabled. I hate to see these two members be denied due to a process problem, but I believe that's the way it's going to go. And I think that the prudent thing to do is get to the rest of the agenda item and vote in favor of getting that deck action in place so that we can move forward and put this issue to rest and let the residents know that we heard what they want. The majority that took the time to come out and vote made their wishes very clear, and that we are going to adhere to that in every aspect of the law to the best of our ability. So with that, I will call the question. I have a motion to deny for Ms. Comartin and a support by Mr. Stevens. Ms. Comartin.
Yes.
Mr. Stevens.
Yes to deny.
Ms. Vogt.
Yes to deny.
Mr. Warner.
No to deny.
Mr. Sadowski.
No.
Mr. Liss.
Yes.
Mr. Green.
No.
Mr. Bacamino.
No to deny.
Camp. No to deny. 2, 3, 4, 5. The denial failed 5-4.
Motion to approve?
Motion to approve by Mr. Bacamino.
Support.
Support to approve by Mr. Warner.
Motion to divide the question?
Okay, I have a motion to divide the question.
Support.
By Ms. Vogt. Support by Mr. Liss. All in favor of dividing the question?
Aye.
Nay.
Nay.
I'll do a roll call. Motion by Ms. Vogt to divide the question. Ms. Vogt.
Yes to divide.
Mr. Liss.
Yes.
Mr. Green.
No.
Ms. Comartin.
Yes.
Mr. Bacamino.
No.
Mr. Warner.
No.
Mr. Stevens.
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski.
Yes.
Camp, yes. 2, 3. The question will be divided by a vote of 6-3. We'll first take a vote for Mr., well, I have to question. Mr. Bacamino, are you restating your motion to approval on Mr. Catula?
Yes, I will.
Motion to approve Mr. Catula by Mr. Bacamino. Is there support?
Support.
Support by Mr. Warner. Mr. Bacamino.
Yes.
Mr. Warner.
Yes.
Ms. Vogt.
No.
Mr. Stevens.
No.
Mr. Sadowski.
Yes.
Mr. Liss.
Yes.
Who just said
That
yes?
was, that was green.
Ventriloquist.
I'm sorry, Mr. Liss.
Does that mean I get 2 votes? Yes.
Ventriloquist.
Mr. Green. That was a
I
yes?
thought you said Liss.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Ms. Comartin.
No, based on my comments earlier.
Camp, yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Mr. Catula was appointed 6-3. Now the next is Ms. Joan Flynn. I need a motion and support.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Mr. Bacamino.
Support.
Support by Mr. Warner.
Discussion, Madam Chair.
Ms. Vogt.
As I stated earlier, I don't have a problem with Ms. Flynn at all. I do have a problem with this whole concept. Therefore, it's not because of Ms. Flynn I'm going to be voting no, but because I just think this is wrong. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Stevens.
I have a question. How long, what is the length of these appointments?
10 years.
What is the length, is what I want to know. We don't have length.
You put the horse before the cart.
It's not stated. They would probably serve until they're replaced.
I will not support that.
You should name it.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Ms. Michaels, I have a point of clarification. Being that there is no expiration, the previous action, because we've stated up here as our procedure before, which I completely forgot, that there needs to be a termination point.
Yes.
And being that that was not clarified, how would we undo the previous action, or does that become null and void?
Madam Chair, if I may defer to Ronald Papandreou to discuss that.
Thank you.
He's more.
Hi.
Good evening, Mr. Papandrea.
How are you? Ron Papandrea, part-time assistant city attorney. I examined that issue. In my opinion, these commissioners are only appointed for one apportionment, and the next time you do an apportionment, which we will have to do 30 days after the new census data becomes available at the detail we require, then you'll have to appoint a new representatives.
So would that be in March?
Yeah, what was it? Would that be in March?
Would that be in March then?
Around March.
Around March.
Yes. You know, we have overall census data released. We know the population of the city of Warren. We don't have released the detailed block census information that we require.
Okay.
Excuse me, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Sadowski?
So if I understand this correctly, we're appointing these two people from January to March.
Correct. You'll have to do it again when the new census data becomes available. And then thereafter...
So what census data are we using then?
2000.
Because the wording of the charter amendment, which is the law of our city as it stands now, the wording of our charter amendment says we have to do it that way. And
So we're going to draw up districts based on 2000 census data, and then draw up the districts again using 2010 census data in March?
yes, but the wording of the language says you're just to make adjustment. You're setting the foundation with the first task, the first districting. You're setting the foundation. After that, when the new census data comes out, you're tinkering, going to add a precinct here, take off a precinct here, to keep the districts equal. But it's important. The initial job is important because you're laying the foundation. After that, you're only doing it every 10 years. It wouldn't be practical to think you're going to keep the same commission over a 10-year period. And it wouldn't even make any common sense at all.
It doesn't make sense now.
Well,
I mean...
it may not make sense to you.
Boy, you had me all the way up.
Yeah, but the point is, the language is there, and we should attempt to follow it to the best of our ability.
Holy cow. Holy cow.
Madam Chair?
I'm done.
Mr. Stevens?
I still have the floor, I think, but I think what Mr. Papandrea said there was we were setting precedents by doing this. If we appoint these people, we are setting precedents. He's used the word foundation, but I look at it as precedents. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
One minute, please, Ms. Vogt. In light of this information, this is just completely throwing me in a left turn. I have nothing against these individual people being appointed, but at this point, I want to reconsider my vote on the previous item.
Madam Chair, I believe the solution would be for a vote to rescind at this point, if somebody would make that motion.
So I respectfully request that a council member would, but I have another motion on the table, so do I have to answer that one first and then go back?
No, because you can't complete the, I don't know.
I believe I can't complete the next action as long as I
Right.
voice the fact that I want to reconsider or rescind the previous action.
Yes.
This one can be tabled.
Okay.
Okay, Madam Chair, as
I'm not
far
gonna
as
take a
the
formal
action
vote.
that is currently on the table, how about if we do a tabling of the appointment of Ms. Flynn?
Well, I'm afraid if any
That-
action is taken on the next item, it causes me to then have to reconsider.
Okay.
So I want to address what we did at Mr. Catula's appointment before we do that, before we
And
take any
Mr.,
action.
what was it, Mr. Liss, we need to do?
Motion to rescind.
Right. Defer to the city attorney.
Yes, you Not reconsider, you would have to rescind.
Thank you. So I'm requesting a council member, because I can't make a motion as president.
I will, Madam Chair, in deference and at your request, I will move to a motion to rescind the last vote.
Support.
Motion by Mr. Liss, and I'm sorry, was that support by Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Thank you. This is a motion to rescind the last action and the appointment of Mr. Cotula. Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Mr. Green? Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Bacamino?
No.
Camp, yes. The previous action has been rescinded by a vote of 8 to 1.
I'd like to personally thank the drafter.
Okay. Yeah, I mean,
I can't even believe that. Oh, my God.
we still have a split question, and being that I rescinded the action of the previous appointment, do we
We'll rescind, I'll make a motion to rescind the splitting of the question.
I'm sorry.
We'll rescind the dividing of the,
Support.
Okay, I have a motion by Ms. Vogt to rescind the dividing of the question.
Support.
Support by Mr. Liss.
Let's try to get this nailed down.
I don't know that we can't rescind that action because another action was already taken.
okay, so now we have to go back and vote on each one.
Right.
Motion to table the appointment of Mr. Cotella.
Motion by Ms. Vogt to table the appointment of Mr. Catella.
Support.
Support by Mr. Liss. Ms. Vogt.
Yes to table.
Mr. Liss.
Yes.
Mr. Stevens.
Yes, the table.
Mr. Sadowski.
Yes.
Mr. Warner.
Yes.
Mr. Green.
No.
Ms. Comartin.
No.
Mr. Bacamino.
No.
Camp, yes. The item was tabled 6 to 3.
Motion to table the appointment of Joan Flynn.
Support.
Motion by Ms. Vogt to table the appointment of Joan Flynn, support by Mr. Liss. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
Those opposed? I'll do a roll call. Ms. Vogt.
Yes to table.
Mr. Liss.
Yes.
Mr. Green.
No.
Ms. Comartin.
No.
Mr. Bacamino.
No.
Mr. Warner.
Yes.
Mr. Stevens. Mr. Sadowski.
Yes.
Camp, yes. The item was tabled 6 to 3.
All right.
Oh, we took the Bugs Bunny route.
Yeah, pretty much.
Item 22C. This item was removed on 12/21/2010. The notice of appointment and request to confirm the appointment of James M. Biernat as city attorney.
I will to approve. Support.
Motion by Mr. Green, support by Mr. Liss.
With discussion.
Mr. Liss.
Mr. Burnett, would you please step forward? Good evening and Happy New Year.
Good evening.
I just
Nice to be here.
I'm not going to ask you if you want to reconsider your own request. But I just wanted to thank you for your courtesy in meeting with myself and other council members, and I thought that was a great thing. And I told you one thing, that once you got appointed here, I'm going to be calling you Mr. instead of Judge.
It's your prerogative.
All right, that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Warner, then Ms. Vogt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For now, Judge Biernat, appreciate you meeting with me. You were open and honest and very candid with your answers. Gave you a couple of tough questions. But on a lighter note, I told you next year at this time, you'll only have to deal with 7 of us. So I will be voting to support you. Thank you.
Ms. Vogt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Mr. Biernat. It seems strange to say
evening.
Mr., but that's where you are now. And when you accept the appointment, it's Mr. We've known one another over 20 years. Yeah, in practice as well as, well, when you're on the bench, I was never once before you, which also seems kind of strange. I know, I think I know you very well, and you are a man of integrity. You are one of the kindest people I think I've ever met. And I wish you all the very, very best up here and in the position of city attorney. We'll help you whatever way we can. You've seen tonight some of what goes on. It's almost midnight, and we still have a whole lot of agenda to go. So, welcome to Warren, assuming if your appointment gets granted. You've at least got an idea of what you're up against. Thank you.
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Comartin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Judge Burnett, good evening. I want to thank you so much for really taking the time going through all the questions and answers. It's important to make a connection, know that we are going to have a lot of trials and tribulations that we're going to go through, you know, just based on the economy alone and everything else that we're faced with. So appreciate that and appreciate your frankness and look forward to working with you in the future. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Mr. Bacamino?
Thank you. Judge Burnett, thank you very much again. This is the 5th time we've met, and twice I think you've driven out here, so you must really want it. I don't know why, but welcome to Warren, and in a snowstorm nonetheless. So, and drive safely going back home, but welcome to Warren.
Thank you.
Any other comments from council members?
I'd
Judge Burnett?
just like to say that I've never stepped back from a challenge, and I suspect this is one of the largest challenges that a person in my position could take on. I do hope I can tell you that I'll do my best. You may not, others may not always agree with me in what conclusions I may come to, but I can tell you that they will be arrived at by the examination of the law and facts, and I'll give you my opinions the best I can. I hope I make a difference for the welfare of this community, and like all of you have done over the years, make this a better place to live. So if I can do that, I will have accomplished something. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Ms. Vogt?
I have one other question to ask Mr. Burnett.
Sure.
You willing to move to Warren?
Actually, I can tell you this. I've lived in the same house for 40 years, approximately. And as we were going to move, as my children, I have 6 children, and they were in high school and various colleges, etc. I think we supported every college in the state at one time or the other. They said, "You can't move. We love this house." And now my grandchildren say the same thing. "Grandpa, you can't move. We love this house." So the answer is, even if I wanted to move to Warren, I couldn't, Kathy.
We look for department heads to come to Warren, and because someone who is vested in the city
I understand
is
that.
a good idea. And
I understand that.
But I
to be
understand.
perfectly honest with you, it wouldn't be something that I could honestly say that
All
I
right.
would do. Okay.
I understand. Thank you.
Well, welcome to Warren. It sounds like you have the majority. I appreciate the phone calls and the conversations that we had, and I look forward to working with you. Go ahead and call the question. Mr. Green?
Yes.
Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Mr. Stowski?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Mr. Bacamino?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously. Congratulations.
Madam Chair, we are about
Ms.
to
Vogt.
start another rather contentious issue. I wonder if we might take a very brief recess.
I have a request for a recess. All in favor?
No.
Do a roll call. Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
No.
Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Mr. Green? Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Bacamino?
No.
Camp, yes. Council will go into recess. If we can get the council members, please, I'd like to resume the meeting. Okay, if we can resume the agenda at item 22D.
Consideration and adoption of an ordinance amending Chapter 41, Article 4, Section 41-181, 1, 2, and 3 of the Code of Ordinance of the City of Warren relating to water and sewer rate charges and schedules. Second reading.
Need a motion and support? Okay, item dies due to...
Well, I'll make a motion to support.
Motion by Mr. Sadowski. Is there support?
Support.
Support by Mr. Bacamino. Discussion.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Stevens.
Last meeting, I brought up and asked for an amendment to increase the rate by 1.26 for the water schedule and then also for the sewer charge. Mr. Sadowski made a point that he didn't think that it was legal.
You were doing it just for commercial.
I'm sorry?
You were doing it just for commercial.
Commercial meters.
Yes, for 1.5 to 12 inch,
Yep.
just for the commercial meters, basically. And Mr. Sadowski said that he didn't think that that was legal. I have to say that it's got to be legal because we have different rates right now and we have different size meters. And I think that without a rate increase, we're going to put a bigger burden on the residents and the commercial meter users or water users next year. And I don't think we should be doing that. We still don't have the consumptions truly under control. We keep lowering them, trying to find out where we need to be. And yeah, maybe it's the weather not cooperating with us one year or what have you. But I think we are doing the city a disservice by not putting forth that 1.26 percentage due to the 1.5 to 12 inch meters. Thank you.
Yeah, Chair.
Mr. List.
I'm going to defer, I'm going to ask a question of Ms. Michaels, but my read of the charter says, in the charter provision concerning water and sewage, that the rates have to be the same across the board. Now, the rate difference is the size of the the rate differences that we have are the size of the meters.
If I may?
Please.
Madam Chair, when we discriminate against different users, class of users, we have to make sure that there's a basis, that there's a cost basis.
Cost basis or factual basis?
There would have to be actual costs that we incur to justify the discriminatory fee.
No, I understand that, but when you're talking about actions that are levy different things on different groups, then you're talking about some you can do with a factual basis, some with, you know, heightened scrutiny and whatnot. Is it the factual basis that for why they were assessing a different, might be assessing a different fee on commercial users? I'm asking, that's a question.
Are you asking me what standard would apply?
Yeah, yeah.
Because they're
Rational
constitutional.
basis?
Well, actual and necessary cost.
Okay. I yield.
If I may, real quick, Mr. List,
ma'am.
because, and I'll get into my suggestion later, but one factual basis that is used in determining the higher rates for, say, the sizes that are more prevalent in commercial ends is that it is typically proven over and over again that, like on the wastewater treatment side, it is significantly more expensive for us to treat that water
Sure.
to get it cleared.
Sure.
That's one example. Mr. Stevens, did you still have?
Yes, and just to clarify that point, the commercial meters are a bigger strain on the distribution system as a whole. And that would be my rationale.
Any other comments from council members?
Madam Chair,
Mr. Green?
continuing on what Councilman Stevens said, I don't think we could do that without having, wasn't our rate structure developed in 1980 by a study from McNamee, Porter, and Seeley? And if so, without a factual basis without something saying we are spending more on those size meters, we'd have to have another rate structure surveyed up. So I couldn't support that without having the backup data to justify it. Thank you.
If I may, and this will not, I'm not recommending that this apply at this current point, but I think going into the next budget, once this one is adopted, we'd have to take advantage of the time available in preparation to the next budget. My recommendation is going to be to request that this council talk with members of the water department and the administration in looking at having a new rate structure established. You know, a lot of times questions come up in regards to, there's been a lot of debate over the years, 3/4 inch, 1 inch, on how that factor actually equates to those different dollar amounts. And I actually think a more prudent way to develop a rate structure would be to coincide with the zoning of the property. If you were to have a rate structure established based on if it's a residential, zoned residential property or a property that's zoned C1, C2, M1 light industrial, M2 heavy industrial, or whatever, that you could compact this lengthy list of rates. In some cases, there may be reductions. In other cases, there may be some increases. If, for example, say you took 2 inch meter up to a 6 inch meter side and put them into one category and came with a compiled area being based on if that's where a majority of, say, C2 customers fall in. I think it gives more common sense reasoning to the individual people, especially in the case that we are a primarily developed city. So people that are coming into these locations, whether it be a residential or even a commercial in most cases, do not have any control or indication over to what size meter is in place. Many are going to live within the confines of what is there. And I think that when you can develop the rationale that, you know, well, commercial is consistently known to cause more strain on the system and or be more expensive to treat in the wastewater treatment side, I think you give them more clarity in regards to what they can expect for, it's based in the use of what the intention of the use of the land is. I think a secondary benefit to a system like that would be the consideration that, you know, we have, many times we're dealt with the question of rezoning a property. And there have been times, not many, but there have been a few times when someone, for example, is going for a, say, a C2 zoning, when really all they would need would maybe be an O office district zoning. This would allow us to keep our zoning levels more in direct association to what the business is, because businesses then at that point are not going to seek higher rezoning than what they actually need, in the fact that it could and would affect their water rates. And that prevents us from having to be reactionary, that we approved a rezoning with the intention that this project was going to be, an office building, and now, even though it's C2, they're making it a drive-through restaurant, for example. And I'm just, these are all purely examples, but I think there's some significant secondary issues, not that they're prevalent, but in those rare cases that we could then, preempt a lot of that and be a little bit more streamlined in the fact of what the intensive use of each property is going to be. And ultimately, there's a lot of discussion about the uncollected water bills. Well, with as many different meter sizes that we have and the different rates, it's difficult, at least I found it difficult in myself, trying to really determine how much of that is on a residential side due to foreclosures and how much of that is on a commercial side that they may be operating fully but find it beneficial to write it off on their taxes at the end of the year. So I think if you were to correlate the water rate structure in regards to zoning, or at least consider it, it would be easier for council to identify where our repayment or our payment of those water bills would be achieved at as well. So just something to think about in the future. And I'm only bringing this up at this point because it seems to be the topic off the bat in regards to this current water budget, but I would recommend that we ask the administration and that we look into that further for the next water budget. Sorry, go ahead. Anybody else?
Madam Chair?
Mr. Sadowski.
When Mr. Knapp was still city controller, and even before he had taken over the job of city controller, that was one of the things that he did speak about, was looking at as to how we would restructure the rates and going about and doing that. And there's several, and I believe that they had done a survey, they had done a study, but the problem that they had run into over and over was just time and effort and trying to be able to do that, and that's one of the reasons why that had stalled. I think as we get into the new meter changeover and as that program starts to evolve, that those are questions that, we can address, because I know that was something that they did want to look into. So, thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, any other comments from council members?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Vogt.
Good evening, Ms. Rezac.
Yes. Good evening, Council. Renee Rezac, Budget Cost Analyst.
Is Superintendent and Deputy Superintendent here tonight?
The superintendent was here. I'm not sure if he's still here, though, but he was here.
Okay. What about Mr. Koss, the deputy?
I have not seen him.
All right. Thank you. All we're voting on at this point is the rate, not the budget. Correct?
Correct.
All right. Thank you.
If there's no further comment, I'll call the question. Mr. Sadowski.
Yes.
Mr. Bacamino.
Yes.
Ms. Comartin.
Yes.
Mr. Green.
Yes.
Mr. Liss.
No.
Mr. Stevens.
No.
Ms. Vogt.
Yes.
Mr. Warner.
Yes.
Camp, yes. The item passed 7-2.
22E, in Ray, proposed 2011 calendar year City of Warren water and sewer system budget and consideration and adoption of a resolution adopting said budget.
Need a motion and support?
Motion to approve?
Support.
Motion by Mr. Sadowski, support by Mr. Stevens. Discussion.
Discussion, Madam Chair.
Ms. Vogt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Earlier today, I emailed to everyone some proposed changes to the water budget. I would like to have Mr. Polakowski and Mr. Koss here to discuss this. Can we table? Yeah. I'd make a motion to table so we have the superintendent and the deputy superintendent here, as well as Ms. Rezac, to discuss this.
Excuse me, I have a motion to table by Ms. Vogt.
I will support that motion.
Support to table by Mr. Liss. I'm sorry, he's here?
That's what.
Okay, I have a motion to table by Ms. Vogt and a support to table by Mr. Liss. Do you care to withdraw this motion based on the fact that we're being told they're here?
Well, are they?
They're not running fast enough.
Yeah.
They're still on break.
I'll withdraw the tabling motion for now.
Thank you. Ms. Vogt, you still have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Mr. Polakowski.
Good
or
evening.
Good morning, as the case may be. Does Mr. Koss have a car, a city car,
Yes, he does.
and he drives it home?
Yes, he does.
Where does he live?
Macomb Township. Or Macomb, out that area.
Okay, so it's out north of M59.
Yes.
M59? Yeah, Hall Road. Why does Mr. Koss have a city vehicle?
Because he's on call 24, 7 days a week.
And he can't, my understanding was that the reason Mr. Ganem had city vehicle was because he was on call for the water division. So now we have Mr. Ganem and Mr. Koss on call?
I know Mr. Koss is on call, and he takes calls on the weekends, and he comes in response to service requests, and also uses that to orchestrate the crews. Yes, he does.
And at 88 plus thousand a year, he can't afford to drive his own vehicle in?
You got to keep in mind, he is also a contractual employee. He's under contract. He's on 412, so he gets a car as part of his relationship in the union. Yes, he does.
That's part of his contract?
That's per the union. He's in 412, and he's on call, and he responds. So he's on call 724.
Well, he's on call 24/7. So we're paying for some guy who lives out in Macomb Township. So it's going to take him, what, 20 to 30 minutes to drive in
Probably.
in the event of an emergency. Does that make sense to you?
It does when you look at the impact he's had on our operations and the savings. Yes,
Really?
it does. Yes, it does. Very definitely. He's had dramatic impact on the savings we've achieved in our operation with changing practices and cutting overtime. Yes, he has.
More than enough to compensate for his 13,000
No
plus.
question about it. More than enough to compensate.
Ms. Vogt, and I do appreciate you asking that question, but I want to clarify something about the $13,000 raise, and if I may, Madam Chair, is that
Currently, Ms. Vogt has the floor, so it's at her discretion.
And just to clarify this, Ms. Vogt, when we hired Mr. Koss, we hired him as a 1917 employee supervisor in charge of the water quality and the water reconstruction, all right? We did not hire him to come in and run the back end of this division. When Mr. DeLugie up and left us with no S1, and he did, he up and left, no notice, and he left, and he didn't get fired, he left, he retired, all right? He became our S1, we elevated him to the second in command, and he got the proper pay for that. We didn't give him a raise, he took a whole new job description. He took on the whole back end of the place. That means water quality, that means cross connection, that's what he was originally hired for. Then he took on all the maintenance supervision along with myself. So that means in everything to do with maintenance. So I can say right now that we did not give him a $13,000 raise. He got a totally different position. I just want to clarify that, that's all.
All right, totally different position within 1 year. Now, an S1.
Yes.
Okay, S1 license.
Yes.
That's the highest license?
Yes.
How many levels?
How many levels of licenses are there?
Yes.
Go 4.
Oh.
4, 3, 2, 1.
4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, are you a 4, 3, 2, or 1?
Myself?
Yes.
4. I'm taking a test as a 4, yes.
Okay, you're taking a test. Have you
yes,
got the
yes.
license?
No.
Not yet, okay.
Not yet.
Mr. Polakowski, what's your license?
I do not have a license.
Really?
Yes.
You're in head of a department and you don't have a license of
That's
any
right.
kind?
Excuse me, Ms. Vogt. The previous water superintendent didn't have a license either.
You're right. You're absolutely right. You know how I know that? Because Mr. Fout set up here, I don't know how many times, and said the head of that department should have the top license. They should have an S1. Okay, that's all right. Okay? It just seems hypocritical.
I just want to reiterate, it wasn't a raise. It was a job that had maybe 4 or 5 functions to it, to a job that had
40 functions to it.
Okay.
So it was not a raise, so I just want to clarify that.
Not a
that's all.
raise, okay. Mr. Hartley, please sit down.
Well, I just wanted to clarify that.
Please,
the mayor,
please, let me get
The mayor
through what-
called for the head of the department to have a high school diploma, not a.
Sure, I know,
Mr. Hartley, please.
I'm gonna
Okay.
ask to be ruled out of order.
I would make the following proposals that we adjustments to the budget. Mr. Polakowski, or here, Mr. Hartley, can I give this to you, and you can give it to Mr.
I can take it.
Just make it a little easier for you to follow along. Number one, I would like council provisions so that council approves the adjustments to water and sewer bills. And if we're going to decide whether we charge somebody or not charge somebody for their water meter, because it seems some people are being charged, some aren't, I think that needs to be brought to council's attention as well.
I'm not aware of some people being charged and some are not, so you'd have to clarify where you're coming from on that one. Because if the meter fails because it's on its own, they're not charged.
No, how about if the meter
there's damage to
is
the
lost?
meter, then the people have to pay for it.
If the meter is lost or missing, should they pay for it?
They would be subject to paying for a meter,
Everybody?
as far as I know.
Okay. I would prefer to speak with you privately on that
Okay.
one,
All right.
okay?
Sure.
And if you, well, I don't want to embarrass anybody,
Sure.
okay?
I'd be happy to speak to you privately about it.
All right. But that's number one. I want council to have some supervision over all of these adjustments. I would like to see temporary help reduced, 20,000. Professional services decreased because we've gone from 90,000 in 2009 up to a proposal of 125,000 now. That should go down by 30,000. Odor control, reduce that by 10,000 because you've just about doubled that from the 2010 estimate. Repairs, reduce that by 50,000. Shared services, temporary help, reduced by 30,000. The account tech is vacant, correct? So we can eliminate that position.
Which one is that?
Hold on. She's down here with the contact.
That's at the bottom of the page.
Down at the bottom of the red numbers, the contact vacant position.
Madam
In
Chair?
shared services, we do not have a
That's why I wonder where they're
vacant-
getting that from. You know,
We
I'm
do not
looking.
have a vacant position in shared services. The account technician.
I'm sorry, Ms. Rezek, we can't hear you.
We have 2 account technician positions in shared services, and both of them are filled.
With
Neither
Both
one
are
is-
filled?
With
Right.
permanent employees.
Yes.
Okay. Administration, reduce that by 211,000. Water and sewer, temporary help, reduce that by 45,000. Overtime, take that down by 75,000. Take it back to what it's estimated for 2010. Material, reduce that by 30,000, take it back to 2009 rates. Meter replacement, you could decrease that by 10,000. And professional services, 90,000. I think we should rescind the raise that was given to Mr. Koss. And I know you chuckle, but you know, Mr. Koss stood up here and he told me that he retired from Macomb. I didn't raise the issue, he brought it up. But when I looked at the commission's minutes, he didn't retire. And that's why I wanted him here tonight.
Mrs. Vogt, I can tell you that in researching this before we hired him, he did get terminated. He went to arbitration. He went to court. He was illegally terminated. He got his job back. he worked for a period of time, and he retired. And that's the story.
Well,
And he got, I believe, a cash settlement for that.
then I guess, because it doesn't show up in the township minutes anywhere, it shows the termination and it shows the reasons why he was terminated. But nowhere going forward did I find minutes where he was reinstated.
You could get a hold of any of the board members that I've talked to, and I'll share that in private with you, but I did talk to several board members out there, and it is a fact, exactly what I just stated.
Well, I would like to see that, because for the reasons that he was terminated, which are basically reasons of dishonesty.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Michaels, you had a comment?
Councilwoman, I'm sorry, Madam Chair. If there was a pending litigation, then he could request a closed session, and there would be no open minutes.
Well, if they reinstated his job, I would think there'd be some minutes there.
Not if it was part of a settlement discussed and closed.
He said he was reinstated to his job. So are you telling me at the time Warren hired Mr. Koss, he was back working for Macomb Township?
He was retired at the time.
Okay. I guess you'll have to share with me the minutes or whatever documents you have, Mr. Ganem, because I certainly couldn't find anything, and I did search. Okay? I don't like when someone is dishonest with me, and because I knew the circumstances surrounding his leaving Macomb Township. I had looked at it when he was first hired.
Ms. Vogt,
So-
I would like to remark, if I could, regardless of the factual basis that you and Mr. Ganem have a separation on, an ad hominem attack on someone who clearly has turned this department around or has been pivotal and instrumental is probably not the appropriate thing to do during the budget discussion, because what we have here is a balanced budget. It's a budget that in many ways reflect the efficiencies that have been accomplished in the water department, and I think Mr. Koss deserves the time that he's been here. That's a pretty good resume for the administration's perspective.
I guess if I saw that, Mr. Hartley, maybe I'd agree with you, but I don't.
Well, if the
Okay.
facts are the facts.
And if Mr. Koss is that good, and he's that amazing in what he can do, and he's got the license and everything, why isn't he superintendent of the water department? Okay? Enough said on that issue. Nothing personal, Mr. Polakowski, because I really do like you. I really do. But, you know, Mr. Hartley, it's best if you just sit down, please.
We have two positions. We have a deputy, obviously, and a
Can
superintendent.
I finish what I'm doing here?
And I'm just making a point in a statement, which you said, that Mr. Koss was brought on in 1917. He was elevated up to UAW to fill the role as an S1 licensee there. We need two, actually. We're looking to fill the other one because we need two. We need a backup operator as well as a regular operator in charge. So those are the provisions we need to fill. If you want to talk about efficiencies that Mr. Koss has provided for us, I'm going to talk about the way he has handled himself while he's here. He's been absolutely a professional here. He has brought to task the people need to bring to task and rewarded the people need to be rewarded. And I can share with you this right now, that overtime has been cut over $500,000 because of a concerted effort between myself, Mr. Koss, Mr. Polakowski, the mayor, and the human resources, and yourselves for allowing us to change the water package that we did for last year. Over $500,000 of savings just in overtime alone, and that was not achieved by sitting at home and watching TV. That's getting off your butt in the middle of the night, driving your car that he's allowed to have under contractual, and then come to Warren and find the best possible solutions to fix the problem. And I can tell you that Mr. Stevens was with me on a few occasions. He's tutored me along this way over the last 2 years and how to look at the problem and solve it quickly, because it's his experience, and I relied on a lot of people's experience for that. And I can tell you that Mr. Koss is 100%, in my book, a professional person that does not deserve to be dressed down like he was some ugly person who's been fired and so on and so forth. It's not the case at all, and we're lucky to have him.
Well, I only go with the public documents, Mr. Ganem, okay?
give her that.
So, I didn't make it up.
I know, I have a,
And
I know you have.
let me tell you something else. I'm not the one who went into his background. He did, okay? I only ask about his raise. What is this?
That's a cut sheet of the savings that we prepared from the actual wages, less benefits. You have to add 97% to that for benefits, and that's the savings that we had this year in water overtime. And that's a direct reflection of an effort of Mr. Polakowski, myself, even Mr. Hartley, along with Denise Williams and their bunch, and you, for allowing us to cross-train. We cross-trained all those people. We took them out. We trained them. We got them all set. And now we don't have any call-ins anymore. We actually are working 24 hours now. We have 3 shifts going. We never had that before. We cut down all the overtime, all the call-in time, and you can see that it definitely had a direct impact on our bottom line. And if you look at the bottom line, it's 2 points we would have saved in last year's water bill. And now we're profitable for the first time since 2002, and that's something to hang your heads high about. I'm just taking the positive road.
Okay, I don't see a $500,000 here, but we'll discuss that another time.
Well, that's just wages only, that's not benefits.
If we had given this to, I mean, you guys do this to us a lot, if you'd given it to us ahead of time.
We just got, I'm sorry, we just got that today at like 4 o'clock, and I was hoping that you'd get it before the meeting. Unfortunately, I couldn't make it because of snow, but I could tell you is that that's less fringes. So you have to add fringes to that. It's 97%. On top of that number, over $500,000.
Okay.
Those bona fide numbers, that's off W-2 forms.
All right, is the assistant superintendent position, that's vacant, right?
Correct,
And you told me that's been vacant for a long time?
for over a year and a half.
That's been, yeah, that was vacant, and Mr. Cost filled that position, and now it's vacant. We have to find another S1 to fill that position so we can have 2 S1s there. We're looking to hire somebody. We haven't found the person yet. We had numerous people take the test inside our own divisions. There's 2 people now that are qualified as S1 licensees, and we'll be going out for that very shortly to maybe promote within.
You've done without that position for a year and a half, and according to your accounts, amazing things. Why do you need to fill it?
Because, Mrs. Vogt, I'll tell you what, I've been, I'm not going to toot my own horn, but, you know, I'm on 27 call just like everybody else. I'm out there at 4 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning. I was out there Christmas Day, Christmas Eve. I was out there New Year's Day, New Year's Eve, all weekend long, working along with Mr. Cost because we had 17 water main breaks over the weekends, all right? And I have other things, other duties to perform. So we need to find somebody to fill that position so it takes me out of that loop and I can go on and do another business.
I know you have another business to take care of.
No, I do not. Good one, Mel.
You're not at the sports center anymore?
You have 2 jobs, true.
Yes, but I don't hold myself out as being 24/7 on one job when I'm working 2.
Yes, but I leave that job whenever I'm called, and like right now, I am not there, am I? I go when the city calls. This is
I bet
my
you-
number 1 job is here.
All right. I'm proposing that we delete that we eliminate that position since it's vacant.
Also, Ms. Vogt, I think that you deleted the odor control. I think the people over by Mr. Polakowski's house, in my house, will be very upset when they start getting noxious odor.
I wasn't eliminating it.
You reduced it.
I reduced it. Just took it
think
back. Just took it back. I mean, because that odor, it comes to my house too.
Okay, you're right.
Okay.
You live right across the street from me. You're absolutely right. So we'll be smelling that for next year. I'm not really particularly interested in that. I think that's a mistake.
But you've doubled the estimate. You had for 2010, 10,000. And you're saying for 2011, you need 20,000.
I think we'll call the wastewater treatment plant superintendent up here to talk about that.
And as appointees, gentlemen, are you willing to take a pay cut? Nobody's going to answer that question, Mr. Polakowski?
I've had the same pay for like 9 years now.
Well, you know what? You're very fortunate because there's a whole lot of people who have substantially less.
That's a fact.
Yeah.
But I'm
There's
doing,
a whole
I'm
lot
doing
of
2
people
jobs
who
now.
have
We
no
used to have
pay.
3 administrators. Now we have 2. I do the superintendent job and the sanitary engineer job. I'm working about 14 hours a day. I mean, I'm not sure what more we can do. The odor control you're cutting was $100,000 established years ago when there was major odor issues at the plant. And this city council established a new line item for odor control. I believe now that line item is down significantly. I don't know what it is now.
Well, your estimate for 2010 was 10,000. That's what you estimated.
And what I'm doing to get that is I'm actually spending more than 10, but it's coming out of other line items in the budget because the odor control has been reduced fairly significantly.
So
there are times when odor control is an issue and we need to deal with it.
All right, but you're requesting 20,000, doubling what was 2010.
Well, because it was significantly cut without my input last year, as were some other things. And so I'm trying to deal with odor control without any money right now.
Well, when we have the UV going, doesn't that help?
The UV is not related to odor control in the solids process at all. The UV is related to disinfection, and definitely it'll help in certain areas, but not odor control. It's unrelated.
So you think you need to spend twice as much as you did last year?
Well, I spent more than twice as much already last year. I just took it out of a different line item on maintenance.
Then why did you put an estimate of 10,000?
Because my estimate's about 30,000, and it was too significant to put it. It came down from 100 down to 10 over the last 7 or 8 years.
All right. I have put out my...
I'd be glad to talk about some things where there's some room, but just randomly taking numbers and saying, we're going to cut this out right now without any discussion or review is rather, abrupt as far as I'm concerned.
Well, what I did was look at actuals and estimates for last year and base it on, we look at the history.
Yeah.
And if you don't give me, if you're telling me that your estimate should have been 30,000 and you put in 10, then how would I know that, Mr. Manette?
Well, you wouldn't.
Okay.
That's why I'm here right now.
I've got to, but I have to work on the numbers that you provide me. Right?
Yeah.
I shouldn't have to wait till I get up here and you tell me, no, I gave you the wrong number. Don't use that one, use another one. I can't do that, can I?
All right, well.
Not very accurately. That's my proposal.
Can I comment?
Yes,
Madam
Mr.
President, may I
Malikowski?
make a few comments, please?
Sure.
I realize what you're trying to do, Mrs. Vogt. Some of these changes will definitely harm our operations. Some of the positions that are now being filled with temps were permanent employees, like our janitor. A year ago, she retired. We limited the position. We said we were going to go with the temp. We have a temp in there. Now you're telling us you want us to cut the temps out. We had a water quality monitor guy here. He retired. He has been replaced. We have a temp doing that work. If we cut this, it's going to place harm on us. Another temp we have does our staking. That was an outside contractual service. We brought it in, and we do it with a temp. So the things that we've done to cut costs, you want to cut into the core of the operations by eliminating temps. They are important to our operation, and I don't think we can just make these cuts. I'd like to have discussions with this council on these particular proposals before we decide what we're going to do. And that's what I would like to recommend to this body, and I would encourage you to meet with us so we can discuss this and resolve where the issues lie as we try to determine what we
Madam
can
Chair,
and cannot do.
it seems Mr. Polakowski is asking that we table so that we can have further discussions with him.
Discussion.
You're not asking for a table.
Is that what you're asking, Mr. Polakowski?
The thing you want to keep in mind, that we balanced this budget, we gave it our best look at all the costs, all the operations, overtime, supplies we're talking about, you're talking about cutting into, material costs. These are materials that we buy meters, they're in our material costs, and those meters have to be replaced and they generate revenue. When a meter is frozen, we buy meters to replace those frozen meters. So every meter we replace, they are charged, and that generates revenue for us. So you just can't arbitrarily just come and say, we're going to do this and do that. So I want to caution this body that just because you want to make these cuts, they're going to inflict, obviously, some real issues for us, and we have to buy these meters because when we get a call and meters are frozen, They have to be replaced. And what happens? We have water problems and so forth. So we have to respond to these things. Just because you said we're going to cut things, we cannot do that just arbitrarily. And we gave you a balanced budget. We put together our best foot in preparing this budget. We come up with a 0 rate increase, and we've done everything we can to minimize the cost of our operations.
Okay,
We're
Mr.
operating at bare bones with this budget.
If I can say something, the meter, we have the meter replacement costs. Those are usually linked there with our meter sales. So what he was saying was actually correct, because if we do have to replace a meter, whether it's frozen or defective or something, we have what we do, or I shouldn't say, if it's a missing one or frozen, we do charge, and that's where we see the revenue that shows up over in meter sales. So those are, you know, I guess if we drop one, we have to drop the other, but, you know, when we put the budget together, we did look at where we were at, and unfortunately, we had a lot, what we had found is that the frozen meters had increased, especially within the last few years. I think a lot has to do with the vacant homes. But
Well, with
we
the
did
meter
see that.
replacement program, that should cut way, 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 way back on that, shouldn't it?
But not this year, because our meter program is going in, residential will be around mid-year. We're getting the bulk of the breakage and so forth right now in the cold weather. So we're at the peak season for water meter breakages due to weather. And then it'll drop down and it will level out in the middle of the year. It's going to be mid-year before we start putting the residential meters in. We still have to operate.
And you think
And
it's going,
we factored in this budget, we have benefits in here for the meter replacement program. Those are programmed into this budget.
Mr. Polakowski, are you willing to take a 10% pay cut?
I don't feel that's necessary at this time.
Okay, I had to ask the question. Thank you.
Mr. Stevens?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can appreciate all the hard work that Ms. Vogt put into this amendment for the budget. And as you know, I just voted against the ordinance because I believe that our rates aren't actually high enough and that we're going to have to raise it next year. But I do know that the water department has made drastic changes for the positive. And I think they're headed in the right direction, and there's still room to do that. But I think if we make these cuts like this, it would be likened to when you train a puppy to go to the bathroom outside. You know, some people hit them with a paper and then put them outside. Well, this is then you're like following them out the door and hitting them with the paper again. I think that they've done a good job of, you didn't get that analogy?
If you train them to use the toilet, they use more water.
Are you saying you hit puppies?
Where's animal control?
What I'm saying is, we're punishing them for doing the right things, okay? That's how simple it is. By going in and making even deeper cuts, we would be punishing them for doing the right thing. And I'm not willing to do that. Thank you.
Mr.
Commenting,
Sadowski?
if I may,
No, it's our turn. It's our turn.
Mr. Polachek? Or,
Polakowski.
sorry. Polakowski? You wanted to comment?
I was just going to make a comment that in the last 3 years, we've basically turned the water division upside down and making changes. We've done things from processes, the way we process information, the way we record our jobs. We've changed our paperwork systems. We brought in computer systems, software to change our inventory systems. We've done everything we think we need to do. We're now taking some large steps to change the technology, which is particularly significant, which you already approved, is the meter replacement program. We still have a lot of work to do with regard to our practices and our policies, and we have to document these things so we can deal with the workers and try to make sure that we run this place with the lowest cost possible so we can give the best value to our water customers. And that's where we're headed.
Thank you. Mr. Sadowski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The proposed account tech, that's a vacant position. You said that that is no longer a vacant position, correct?
Well, it has not been vacant in quite some time. It's, the two people that are in these positions have been there for quite a while.
Okay, so that can be taken off the table and if those
Right.
positions are filled. One of the concerns I had, and Mr. Polakowski, you've addressed it, and that's related to meter replacement programs, because where we have estimated for 2010, it was 95,000. For this budget, we're actually going to be reducing that by $45,000. And then the suggestion was that we decrease that an additional $10,000. You're estimating between January and when that we'll spend that 50 grand in meter replacement?
Majority of it will occur in the first half of the year. And
How
then
did-
it'll level down, and then it'll run at a steady rate until we reach the fall again, and then it'll kick back up.
How
Now-
did you come up with $50,000? Are you just saying that at, come June, we should have, we should be at the point where we're replacing these residential meters, that we won't need to, if a meter freezes, we're just going to replace them with the new meter? Is that what I'm understanding?
If we can, we'll do that. It depends on where they occur and how fast they occur, but our intent would be to replace them with new hardware.
Why would location matter?
Location?
Yeah.
Well, it depends on where we are with our implementation and what we're going through, because when we schedule, we're going to be scheduled homeowners to get in their homes. Those are all have to be done with
I'm
appointments.
going to stop you there, if you don't mind. So what you're saying is if we're in, let's say, the southwest part of the city, and in the northeast part of the city a meter fails, we're going to put an old meter in there?
No, I did not say that.
Okay, that's the clarification I wanted to
I
make.
did not say that. We will put a new replacement meter in there. Okay, the other thing is if we put anything in it, we put a new register, a new MTU to transmit, we'll have to put the whole unit in, and that'll have to be done with the contractor. That may disrupt his services. That's something he and I've talked about it. He's willing to do it. We'll just take it as it occurs when we're actually doing the installation of the new meter.
So
new meter
location doesn't
program.
matter then? Location doesn't matter then?
It has an impact, no question.
Okay. All right. I guess I'm comfortable with your number. You've actually reduced that by, not quite half, but you've reduced that down for this year's budget at about $50,000. The materials budget, we show an increase from 2010 to 2011 of about $20,000. Why the increase?
That has to do with the inventory. So I do expect, because of,
Inventory of what?
it's the inventory that's actually going to be used.
For
broken water mains, there's sewer work, there's, or, you know, the
Copper,
mains, yes.
things like this.
Right.
And when we're purchasing replacement inventory, we're out in the market buying things. I think you're probably pretty aware of what's happening with commodity prices currently. They're not going down. If anything, based on what we're seeing currently, they could be rising. That's not completely all factored in, but we still have to provide the services to take care of broken water mains, the service to take care of any problems with our sewers, any other issues we have with our distribution system or our sewage, our sanitary sewer system. We still have those things to deal with, and that's a function of what? Weather and age, and we're going to still need that hardware to do those services.
No, I understand that. I'm just seeing a significant rise. We've put in the pressure relief valves to hopefully minimize, and we were at, before the valves went in, almost 400 water main breaks. Where are we at now?
Somewhere probably around 200,
200?
230, somewhere in that area, and that's been that way for the last 3 years.
Okay. I guess I'm still looking for more justification of the $20,000 increase. And why we shouldn't go with the $30,000 suggestion, $30,000 increase, or decrease, I'm sorry.
Well, I think what happened with the 2009, we carried a lot of inventory there towards the end of the year, so that resulted in less expense. I do think we're going to see a difference here in 2010 and 2011 as well. A lot has to do with that new inventory system that we have, and like I said, we did carry a lot of inventory there at the end of the year, which they are changing now because now they actually have some software they can keep more, keep an eye on it, and keep an eye on the levels, and just so that at the end of the year, we're carrying a lot less than what we would normally have. So that should help, but what happens is, when we do our calculation, that's how we calculate to see, what we had at the beginning, what we added, and what we have at the ending inventory. That's how we determine what the expense is for that year. So these balances here at the end of the year do make a difference, and it could affect what our expense is, so.
Okay, I'll come back to that. Professional services. In 2009, we used 55,000. In 2010, according to what Mrs. Vogt has put here, we're looking at 150,000, and we're asking again for $150,000 in professional services.
Dave Manette, wastewater treatment. I had 2 engineers on staff in 2009. I had a facilities engineer, and I had a process controls engineer. Right now, I have neither one of them on staff, and we're trying to run a very large project, a UV disinfection upgrade.
Mr. Monette, can I stop you right there
And I'm using outside engineering significantly more than I have in the past.
Though the 2 engineers that you did have on staff, at what cost were they?
Well, the burden of labor for each one of them, and this is an estimate, is probably about $180,000, $190,000.
For each of them?
Each a piece, close to $200,000. Yeah.
Okay, so then,
including all their benefits and their wages.
let's call it $300,000 is what the cost was for those engineers. I know I'm light. So you're replacing that $300,000 in cost with $100,000 in professional services then?
In essence.
Okay. Okay. And now we use those engineers, the outside sources, on an as-need basis then, correct?
It depends on the projects that we're doing, but yeah, that's mostly true. I mean, I've trained some of my lower level staff to do some of the tasks that they've done. Okay. So I've transitioned them by cross-training, but some of the professional services are just too high level, and we're not able to do those things.
Okay.
At the treatment plant.
If you would, Mr. Sadowski, also to go with that is cleaning and televising, which we have to do. I mean, we are embarking on a mission to try to get that done. And also Paymar, which is our supplier for water main breaks. If you guys remember, we had a major water main break over the holiday over on Lorraine. It was something we had to farm out. It was a major failure, and we had to call in Paymar, and that would be part of the money for professional services to also implement those, that company.
Okay. Administrative. We have an actual in 2009 of 1.666, estimated in 2010 of 1.698. And then we're budgeting for 11 at 1.7. Why the increase?
These figures here come from Richard Simone, and he provides this to me. This is what is actually a revenue for the city, and we pay them for the different types of, like we have the purchasing department, we have attorneys, there's other departments that do work for us, and we do pay them, for those services, and this goes right to the general fund.
So wastewater treatment pays the city of Warren $1.7 million.
Oh, no, this is in shared services.
It's in your 1560 account?
Okay, you're going to have to explain that.
Okay, do you see the shared services page? Do you have the budget?
I don't.
Okay, all right. Well, what it is shared services is where we have a lot of employees that actually provide services for both the water division and the wastewater treatment plant. So like you're going to see customer service in there.
No, I understand that. So
Okay.
what you're saying, in shared services, we're paying 1.7 million
Correct. We pay
So-
that to the general fund.
to the general fund?
Right.
Okay.
Right. Mhm.
All right, I understand. In the, okay, again, when we talk about the wastewater treatment and the professional services, again, similar to what Mr. Monette had said. Okay. All right, I'm going to go ahead and yield the floor and let other council members discuss budgets.
Mr. Bacamino?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think a lot of good points have been brought up by a lot of council people, including Ms. Vogt. And, I would like to just, right now, go to the city attorney, because I have concern here through the chair. Being that Mr. Claus has worked for another municipality in the past, and he was accused of wrongdoings, but I guess what I'm saying is if we don't have all the evidence and he was exonerated and he did win a cash settlement, are we putting ourselves at risk then by calling him dishonest? Or, shouldn't we caution council not to use those kinds of words? Because he's already won one lawsuit from a municipality. And I would just like to caution maybe, but I'm not a lawyer, I'm going to the city attorney. Is that wise or not?
Ms. Michaels?
Madam Chair, I think that was probably directed to me.
No, Ms. Vogt, it
And
is,
let me
because-
just say, Mr.
Is that
Bacamino,
wise?
I've got the documents.
I
I'm not
understand.
worried about it.
You know-
Let's back off and deal with the budget.
Ms. Vogt, like I said earlier, I'm
If you
kind,
don't know
I'm
what
nice,
you're
but not
talking
gonna
about,
like it.
then
I'm
just
kind.
stop.
I've already asked the city attorney for an opinion. I'm being kind and nice. I believe we are, and I want the word of caution to come from an attorney, because obviously teachers don't count. So, Ms. Michaels, because he's already
Mr.
won a
Bacamino,
lawsuit, are we at
put it
risk?
Further?
I've already asked the question.
Yes, thank you.
Are we at risk?
I think the question is pretty self-evident. Do you care to respond, Ms. Michaels?
I believe it's self-evident. We need to stick with the agenda item.
Thank you.
and
I
not
would, that's all.
Go into different
I yield.
directions.
Okay. Any other discussions pertaining to the water budget?
You need any comments?
Sure.
Thomas,
Mr.
you
Lewis.
can all have a seat. Unless there are any other department heads who want to come up here. You can relax for a little bit. I'm going to make comments. I'm not going to ask you questions. I think you've asked enough questions. I just want I'm going to vote against the budget, and I'll tell you why. I don't think it's necessarily a bad document. I just don't think that it goes far enough. The administration's gone far enough. Make no mistake, there are going to be water rate hikes, and some of them are automatic, some of them by the city, by ordinance, City of Warren, and some are going to be by Detroit. I suggested to some department heads that we negotiate with the Detroit Water and Sewerage Department over our water rates, and basically I was told that that was pointless. Well, one of my previous jobs, I served on the Southeastern Oakland County Water Authority. We serve about 250,000 residents. And they negotiated with the city of Detroit. It's hard. but they've got their problems. But it's possible to negotiate with them. The newspapers that I've read say that DWSD is looking at a 16% raise for Warren this coming year. And I've also heard here in the city from the administration that it's 9%. Contacted the Detroit City Council office, they haven't voted on it yet, so they don't really know. That's disappointing that we're not willing to go reach out and at least try to negotiate. I applaud the administration in reducing overtime, but just reducing overtime doesn't really mean anything. Overtime can save money for the city. Just saying you save $500,000 in overtime doesn't really mean much, because I don't know how many full-time employees it's going to take care of the task, or if you have to hire new employees, which costs the city even more money. I mean, it's like taking away someone's heart pills and claiming they're cured because they're not taking their medicine. Now, there's some systemic problems here that I have not really seen taken care of. The water budget is continually upside down. That's been something going around in this city for 50 years. So I don't really think those problems have been taken care of. I think we're on this. This proposed budget is so thin that if there's a major screw-up, if there's a major problem, we're going to go upside down. And I don't see any safety checks for that. The other problem I have is that the administration has substantially, dramatically increased the debt in the water sewage department, which carries a very, very high debt burden. I think that's going to be a problem with this budget, considering the fact that I think less and less water is going to be sold. Finally, an issue that I want to bring up again, I'm beating this horse again, the water meters. The new water meters. I cannot justify spending $12 million on new water meters, even if we're getting some, what's that called, incentive or stimulus funds on, or forgiveness on the interest. It's still $9 to $12 million, $9 million in the city's cost. And it's going to be over, what, a 25-year period, and the water meters are going to break again or get old, and we're going to have to replace them again. So it's just chasing the tail. I don't think the engineering reports, the consultants that we hired, tested enough water meters. They tested 118, when they should have tested thousands out of the 53,000 that we have in our city. It's as if our sample, as our consultants grabbed the tail of an elephant and concluded that elephants are like snakes and only they smell bad too. It just wasn't a big enough sample. We're taking a $12 million bet on this very, very small sample. A better use of the money would have been to go back to the drawing board that we had in the past and to build a water tank. A water tank's going to last 50 to 100 years. And that water tank could bring in water from the city of Detroit in the evening, where the city of Detroit, the water and sewage department will guarantee a lower rate, such as the cities of Berkeley, Beverly Hills, Bingham Farms, Birmingham, Clawson, Huntington Woods, Lathrop Village, Pleasant Ridge, Royal Oak, Southfield Township, enjoy. And now Rochester Hills is building a tank. The one great advantage of building a water tank is you don't have to interfere with 53,000 people's lives in order to get in their house and replace those water meters. Good luck getting into my house. That's why I can't support the budget. I yield.
Any other comments from council members?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Comartin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Going into section 41-182 covers the late payment penalty. Also, when we have a dispute that goes on with a resident in the water bills, at our last meeting, I had discussion that I wanted either some kind of appeal process or something that comes back to council if there's an issue where a resident comes before us, not to just have it in one person's hands without of any council say so. Right now, it's in one person's hands as far as Director of Public Service, and that is where it's left and authorized, I want to make sure that we have some kind of appeal process in place. The current ordinance that we have in front of us does not address that. It was left in the same position as it was. Secondly, a lot of the changes that were presented tonight, I mean, I feel that based on the administration's opinions, that we haven't had time to review them. I know Mr. Sadowski did a job trying to address each individual item that was on there and bring it to attention, coming at a late time. But I think right now, we know that we're at a zero. We know that Detroit is going, their talk of a high rate increase. I don't know, we're talking about that we've saved a lot of money, conformed our department. We see what's happened with that. That is a good thing, but I also want to try to channel that some money, more money toward infrastructure. You know, we always talk of our city being an aging city, all the repairs that need to be done underground, and some of the savings should be set in an account. I know we started that with the adjustment. I didn't like the way the Passover or the increase was done. I know it's capped out after this year, and for the new election of the new city council people, that they will not be faced with that. But I think that we still have to address the infrastructure and try to set up something with the savings or anything that we're implementing. So those are my comments. I'll yield the floor to the other council members. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other council members with comments? Going to go ahead and call the question, Mr. Sadowski.
Madam Chair, I'd ask the maker of the motion if they consider my proposed amendments.
Mr. Sadowski, you're the maker of the motion. Do you accept the amendments as requested?
After going through and listening to almost point by point on each of these, I'm comfortable with the way things are drawn up right now. I don't want to reduce odor control. I understand the increases in the temp help, the professional services, the shared services. To me, that alone was almost a $300,000 swing in our favor. I'm comfortable with where it is right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sadowski.
Okay. With that, I'll call the question. Mr. Sadowski.
Yes.
Mr. Stevens.
Yes.
Ms. Vogt.
No.
Mr. Warner.
Yes.
Mr. Bacamino.
Yes.
Ms. Comartin.
No.
Mr. Green.
Yes.
Mr. Liss.
No.
Camp, no. The item passed 5-4.
F, consideration and adoption of a resolution approving extension of agreement RFP-W-7161 for professional engineering services between NTH Consultants Ltd. and the City of Warren.
Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Support.
Motion by Mr. Sadowski, support by Mr. Stevens. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, I'll call the question. Mr. Sadowski.
Yes.
Mr. Stevens.
Yes.
Ms. Vogt.
Yes.
Mr. Warner.
Yes.
Mr. Bacamino.
Yes.
Ms. Comartin.
Yes.
Mr. Green.
Yes.
Mr. Liss.
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously.
22G, consideration and adoption of a resolution authorizing the mayor and the clerk to execute a disposal service agreement with Detroit Renewable Power for the disposal of the city's municipal solid waste.
Need a motion?
Motion to approve. Discussion.
Motion by Mr. Stevens. Support by Ms. Vogt. Discussion, Mr. Stevens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the chair to Mr. Ganem.
Good evening, Gus Gannon, Public Service. Thank you. Good
evening.
morning.
Good evening, or morning. Can you go through this and explain what transpired with the incinerator, please?
I have a representative from the incinerator that's here today, but basically, put it in a nutshell, the incinerator, we've been running to the incinerator since the inception of the new trash hauling makeover that we had. And basically what happened is that one of the owners purchased out, I believe, the other owners, and so therefore our contract was done, so we have to reestablish a new contract with the new owner. Put it in a nutshell.
Good evening.
Yes, I'm Lee Bingham, Vice President of Operations for Detroit Renewable Power. We purchased back in the 17th of November from Covanta Energy the municipal solid waste facility and are in the process of starting that up and are entertaining bids for the incineration of the municipal waste.
So based on...
Your microphone, Mr. Stevens.
Oh, sorry. Based on the renewal of this contract with the incinerator, I can expect to see the dollar amounts of solid waste going to the transfer station, the tonnage there to decrease.
Yeah, yes, Mr. Stevens, they did purchase, our contract did expire, and I couldn't renew that contract because they were in the middle of purchasing. So I had to wait roughly 6 weeks or so. We did divert to our secondary, which is the transfer station. That will cease to exist after, I believe, Friday at 4 o'clock because you have a chance to reconcile. So we will be going there as soon as you give us the green light. I already have a signed copy of the lease agreement and not the lease agreement, the burner for the burner. This is the same exactly the same contract as we once prepared and okayed the last time. Same language. Nancy Cooper Green prepared it. The same language. The only difference is that the terms have changed. We are the only one right now to get a 2-year term. Everybody else is getting a 1-year term. We have a 2-year term with a 1-year option, and I want to thank them for giving us that.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Mr. List?
Thank you. I'm sorry, sir, what was your name?
Lee Bingham.
Lee Bingham, good morning. Thanks for waiting. Is this, Mr. Ganem, is this formerly GIDRA?
Yes.
Okay, so the city of Detroit sold off GIDRA?
Well, it was being run for them by Covanta.
And then you purchased it outright?
And it was shut down, and we purchased it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Ms. Vogt? I'm sorry, Ms. Vogt?
No, I'm going to pass. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Comartin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Mr. Ganem.
evening.
Just a question. When GIDRA was shut down,
Yes.
did it impact us in any way where we lost and had to transport elsewhere for a while?
No, we were never interrupted. As you know, with your wisdom, we have 3 alternatives. We have the landfill itself, which is 50 miles away. We can all truck to because that's what our trucks were built for. We have no problem with that. We had the SMDA to go to, and we also had our own transfer station to go to. We just thought it was more prudent for the last 6 weeks to go to our own transfer station. Since they are a vendor award and they are paying us royalties and they're paying us, rent, we figured we'd give them the benefit for a little while, but it was going to be short term when we knew it. I was in communications with the president, right after they purchased it, and it was just a matter of getting the burners back up and getting it running again.
All right, and I know you answered most of my other questions earlier. CPI, I know we talked about that increase, and that is going to occur every January, and that is going to be verified by our purchasing department or yourself, Mr. Ganem?
That will be verified by Mr. Simone. CPI, Consumer Price Index, will be, it's usually under 2%, so you can look for under 2% gain every January on the anniversary of this contract, which will be January 11th, I believe.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other comments from council members? Seeing or hearing none, I'll call the question. Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Mr. Bachmann?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Mr. List?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously.
Item 23A, Ramey E. Phillips, Jr., CPA, in Re Report of Audit of 2000, I'm sorry, I'm going blind right now. Report of Audit for the 37th District Court for financial year ended June 30th, 2010.
Motion to
Motion
receive
to
and
receive.
file.
Support.
Motion by Mr. Warner, support by Ms. Comartin to receive and file. All in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Next agenda item?
Consideration and adoption of a resolution approving request of Universal Macomb Ambulance Service Incorporated for renewal of an ambulance license and operating ambulance service in the city of Warren.
Motion approved.
Support.
Motion by Mr. Green, support by Mr. List. All in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? The item passed unanimously.
23C, consideration and adoption of a resolution approving request of MedStar Ambulance for renewal of an ambulance license to operate ambulance service in the city of Warren.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Ms. Vogt,
Support.
support by Mr. Stevens, and I apologize. Any discussion on this or the previous item?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Comartin?
just one point that I'd like to make on the backup material, which I thought was a little different from what we were presented at the end of the year. On this one, it stipulated the certification of everybody too, which I thought was a little unique. If they were EMTP, you know, what their rating was. So I thought that was...
Mechanics, everybody.
Yeah. The other one, I didn't notice that to be attached, the one we approved in December. So I'd like to see that. I think that's excellent to have that additional documentation put in there. So thank you very much. That's all my comments.
All right, with that, I'll call the question. Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Mr. List?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Bachmann?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously.
Next agenda item is 24, audience participation.
Our first speaker is Tony Police. Good morning.
Good morning. I got up early to get my legs so they fell asleep on me. Good morning, everybody. Tony Police, 8520 Darlene. Everybody got a calendar from the city? Yes. I do not understand, and I've been told by, maybe not on any, all the calendars made or whatever, but it really, and I'm going to talk plain, it really pissed me off when my granddaughter, when I got my calendar in the mail, she went through there, she looked in September, because I think because my wife's birthday was in September, her grandmother passed away. When she looked at September 11th, the most important thing in our calendar on that day was the opening of the farmer's market, not the 10th anniversary of 9/11. And it really ticked me off to the point where I'm going to say it over and over again. It should have been in there. I don't care about other calendars. I care about the calendar that came into my house. 10 years. I don't care about 11 or 9 or 12 or 13, but the 10th anniversary of 9/11 should have been noted in our calendar. We support our veterans. I support everybody in my family is a veteran, and it's just too bad that it wasn't in the calendar. The other thing I want to talk about is the court. I don't go to court. I haven't had a ticket in a while. I've been through there a couple of times, and I can even remember way back when the council meetings were there, it wasn't all that good a shape then. And it's a shame that our dear mayor says he's sympathetic to the court employees, but called the project a luxury we cannot afford. If he's worried about the money that's going to cost and whatever coming out of for for taxpayers' money. I wonder if anybody gave any thought to the fact that if something happens in there and somebody gets hurt or killed or whatever, just like it can happen. Everybody knows it can happen. You rub elbows with all kind of criminals and everything else in there. It's not just the court-appointed people that work there. It's people that go there to pay a lousy parking ticket. They got to go through that. And the money is going to come from the city if they file a lawsuit on it. So I think it's great. John Chamorro is one of the true gentlemen that I know. And he assured me, he didn't assure me, but he told me that he thinks that the money can be raised the way he raised the $4 million. I just don't understand why we can't get the support of the mayor. Maybe if it was $20 million bonded out of my back pocket, he might have voted for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is James Bridges. Good morning.
Good morning. Happy New Year. Just want to throw a few things at you. I was in a motorcycle car accident, me and my wife, and we were seriously injured. We've been living on pain pills and all that, and it's literally killing us. And luckily they passed a new law on the medical marijuana, which is kind of like an inspiration to help us instead of living on medications that are killing us. And I would appreciate if you guys could maybe put it on the memorandum or maybe have a vote on it of some sort, because living on pain pills is not nice. I mean, it's something I don't like. I hate it. I have chronic pain constantly. My back was crushed, my arm was almost ripped off, and I had cataracts from my head going through the windshield. I was on a motorcycle with my wife in a car, cut us off, and that's how I ended up. And now my life and my wife's life has changed, definitely, you know, living on these medications constantly and all this other stuff. And so hopefully, I wish if we could maybe put it on the memorandum or at least get a vote on it for something to make it more easier to, how would I say it? Well, I guess by the February 1st, it expires, the old law for the medical marijuana, and nobody's brought it up for the memorandum. And I was going to see if we could maybe have it lifted, you know, or at least get a vote on it, possibly.
Okay.
Is there any way?
All right, we'll look into that.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tom Kootner.
Good morning.
Good morning, I apologize.
My name is Tom Kittner. I'm the director of the Warren Tea Party, or as was referred to earlier as the imaginary or non-existent Warren Tea Party. But anyway, the law as we speak is the will of the people, as Mr. Bacamino had spoke earlier tonight. Can you hear me? There's a green light, yeah. All right, I'll start again. The law as we speak is the will of the people, as was said by Mr. Bacamino earlier tonight. And I don't think I've ever heard truer words spoke by a politician. And there's a couple different variables in the way that this issue, in terms of the redistricting commission, in terms of the appointments, can be handled. And I understand what, in terms of the legalities of it, I can see that it's obviously an important job for councilmen to take on. There was reference to Mr. Elworth's letter in regards to the contradiction between what the state constitution says and what the charter amendment says. But I think we're forgetting, as it is my understanding, there is case law which states that the default responsibility would be the governing body, which would in this case be City Council. But if the charter amendment specifies that a different process can take place, there's case law that says, and precedents that exist that say a redistricting commission could do that as well. The idea to establish a redistricting commission with two citizen appointees appointed by the mayor and confirmed by City Council did not come out of thin air. When Lansing redistricted their city into council districts, it was not up to the City Council to do it. And there was no legal challenge or declaratory action, which said that it was up to the council. No one challenged it. The same thing with Detroit. Because of the Detroit Free Press article the other day, the grassroots activists from that movement to redistricts Detroit's council into districts rather than at-large positions have gotten hold of me and wanted to compare notes because, again, there was no legal challenge to that to their charter amendments. Council tonight, a number of you are saying, we're not. Could I have a few seconds more?
Yeah, please conclude.
Okay. That we're not putting legal barriers up, we're not delaying this, but asking for declaratory action, not appointing or approving the mayoral appointments. Perhaps Henry
Make a motion to
Krzysztof.
extend the speaker's time by 3 minutes.
Motion by Mr. Bacamino.
Support.
Support by Mr. Stevens. All in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Duly noted. Please continue.
Perhaps a more appropriate appointee would have been Mr. Krzysztof, who shares the support or the respect of council and the mayor, and not someone who goes to the paper saying, talking about bias. We have to remember that we should do the will of the people is to move this forward. It's not to delay. It's not to ask for a lawsuit. And that's what I hope this body can have the courage to do, move it forward as the people want. And I also want to thank Mr. Green and Secretary Sadowski of wanting to move this forward as well. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Dean Barry. Good morning.
Good morning. Good New Year, too. Speaking of Detroit, I wish this bogus Tea Party would ever take his act and take it to Detroit, because he doesn't answer any questions. He has not been informative. He's not been right about anything. And everything he says is pure speculation. Now all of a sudden he knows case law from Lansing. This guy's a fraud. And a bunch of people fell for it. And Mr. Bacamino, you're right. 20,000 signatures is 20,000 signatures. And I'll guarantee you, it was based on the 9-7 vote, not this ward system that's creating all this trouble. Not to include the fact, since I've been thinking about your reservations, as to the committee for the apportionment. Now, are certain people, were they eligible at the time of their appointment? Well, now all of a sudden it looks like maybe they weren't. Because they could only sit on one commission, whatever the case might be. To add to that, and this is what popped into my brain, we have an elected official, our city clerk, who's on the election committee and now is mandated to be on this apportionment committee. So is the charter in violation with the charter? So these are the things I would ask our legal department to look into, and please, I want an answer to that particular question. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Henry Krzysztof. Good morning.
Good morning. Henry Kristofczyk, longtime resident, City of Warren. The discussion or the argument dealing with the reapportionment, I think there were some outstanding points given. Impressed Mark List, Donna, Mary, Stevens, and Kathy Vogue. All good arguments. That tells me that you people did your homework, you researched it, and you looked at the law. Mr. Bacamino, you're going to have to control yourself. The law, if you overthrow the will of the people, if you overthrow the law, it's anarchy. Because that's what you're advocating. We have laws, and they've been on the books for a long time. We've got to uphold them and support them. Water rates. Everything's been done that you can think of. All kind of gimmicks been added to reduce the water rate. However, nothing happens. Our water rate keeps going up, and there's no end to it. 12 months from now, how are you going to people going to hire, assuming you're here, how are you going to handle another rate increase? What's going to complicate it? It's the council is going to be segmented into 5 different groups. What happens, hypothetically, if your constituent says, hey, enough is enough, no water rate? Now they control you. As it is now at large, you have to rely on the whole city. But how would you handle that? When your constituents tell you no water rate increase. The cost is not in material or gimmicks or meetings. It's people cost. It's around 70% or greater of your water rate. Until that is resolved, there's no end to it. So what we're going to do is that the infrastructure that we're supposed to be improving, we're going to skimp because we've got an obligation with the people costs. The people in the water department that retire, we're going to be paying their pensions. So again, you can't get out from under it. The only solution is, the way I see it, privatization into 2 different segments: the waste disposal plant and the water division.
Motion to suspend rules.
Motion by Ms. Comartin. Support by Mr. Stevens. Please continue.
Thank you very much. It's getting to that point. Now, you raise the water rate, which is the commodity. Now, Detroit is, I think Mr. Stevens says, I believe it was him, they're going up by 15%. And that's going to be passed on to us, on top of another huge rate increase next year. What is the solution? Privatization. You got to privatize that. That's the only way the city is going to become efficient. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Joe Dabrowski. Good morning.
Good morning. First, let me start by wishing you all a Happy New Year's.
Happy New Year.
Same to you.
Second of all, let me go to the fact that there was way too many things on this agenda tonight. There is no way at 1 o'clock in the morning you guys should be discussing something as important as the budget, as I see the secretary looking down, not paying any attention. I think we're reverting back to the old ways. Important topics like this should not be discussed at 1 o'clock in the morning when people aren't paying attention. I've seen some of you guys staring off into space, other people over walking behind the curtain, and we wonder why things are going awry here. It's just a shame. 5 people voted for a water budget that didn't include pay cuts for the appointees. And I remember back during the budget process, you said, well, we'll start with the water department. Well, we can't do that until after we do the regular budget. Somebody asked if they were willing to take pay cuts. They said no. Well, we just let it slide. Well, I'll tell you what, I'm tired of everybody that works in this city living high on the hog on my dime because I can't afford it anymore. I think everybody in this city needs to take a pay cut, and 10% is being mighty generous. And for Mr. Monet to stand here and say, oh, I've been 9 years without a pay raise, I don't care if he's been here 20 years without a pay raise. He's lucky to have a job. Look how many people have lost their jobs in the last couple years. They're happy to take any job they can get, and right now, a lot of them don't care what it pays. So for him to stand here and whine that he's at the same pay he's been at for the last 9 years, boo-hoo. Suck it up or find a different job, because I'm tired of paying for it, quite honestly. I heard a council person make a comment about the will of the people is the law, but that's bogus, because he also made reference to the fact that it's the 20,000 people who voted. Well, unfortunately, you represent, whether you like it or not, every person who lives in this city. It's unfortunate that you think you only represent 20,000, and I can promise you that not all 20,000 of those people did or would vote for you. So that's very sad that you have that attitude. You guys all need to take into consideration that you don't represent strictly people who vote. That's a bad outlook that all politicians have, and it's a very bad one to have. And then the last thing is, we need to talk about the DPW and the way they've been taking care of the roads the last couple times it snowed, because they're doing a horrible job and seem to be getting worse and worse all the time. You know, you go down the main streets, no salt trucks, no plow trucks. Can I have like 30 seconds?
Motion to extend.
Support. All in favor?
Aye.
Please continue.
There's no plow trucks, there's no salt trucks. I was just outside. It doesn't look like anybody shoveled any of the sidewalks. They plowed the main paths back before I got here. Nobody's done anything since. There's no salt. By the time you guys leave here, all the lights will probably be off. So you'll be walking in a slick, snow-covered, 5-6 inches of snow. And like I said, I came down Arden here, you couldn't even tell it snowed. I bet if you were to go around City Hall or go down to Mayor Street, you'd have the same condition. I live on a street that's a bus route. I understand they do the side streets last, but go down Ryan Road, it's atrocious. It's like an ice rink. They didn't salt it, they didn't plow it, they didn't do anything. Somebody said they did 14 Mile Road. Well, what about the rest of the streets? In the last couple of years, it has gotten worse and worse and worse. The first year, 3 years ago, they did a great job. Ever since then, it's steady gone downhill. So hopefully, a new year, a new beginning, we can start over, and maybe we can get some things done right. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, thank you. Our next speaker is Eugene Sawyer. Good morning.
Good morning, members of council, citizens of Warren. You know, right now, I just have to have more reason to be more vigilant in this city, especially since you have evoked and enforced the 3-minute rule. So I'm going to be very brief and let you know just what I think and what other people are thinking. Now, when most people were celebrating on December the 26th, a story in the Macomb Daily came out about council members being curiously quiet about a movie thing up over the H.B. Stubbs thing where it affected 350 jobs. I don't see why you have to be quiet about it. The people the people want you to approve something like that. But yet, according to the Macomb Daily and this article, the silence of unusually inquisitive council members were odd as they quickly approved a request to establish a tax incentive zone for 270,000 square foot building. Why would the mayor want to urge you to be quiet? Here's one of his things from when he was running for mayor. I never have and never will make any secret backroom political deals. And yet here it is, right in the paper. Here's another thing in the Macomb Daily. Why is it so quiet about the branch offices from the Michigan State branch offices about licensing? Here they offer them any number of deals, $400,000, and yet Mrs. Gina Cavalier says, we dropped the price twice. We know that we're going to ask them to lower their price. Why haven't they discussed it? I've been going to the DDA meetings since last March, and I don't ever remember them discussing anything like this. Don't you people realize this is our tax dollars? We have a right to know what you're doing with our tax dollars, and yet nobody cares. And the last thing I have to say is something that came to my attention that I'm really angry about. I don't know that it's true, but there's been mentioning that somebody's been having a secret council meeting. I hope it's not true, because if it is, I'll tell you, there just might be something's going to happen, like maybe an investigation or maybe censuring or something. If you people are not going to be honest with us and come out and tell us just what we have to know, then there's going to be people like Mr. Krzysztofczyk, Joey D., myself, and others.
Mr. Sawyer, you're free to continue. Our next speaker is Joel Vanderlinden. Good morning.
Good morning, Council. Joel Valen, longtime Warren resident, speaking as a citizen of Warren. Earlier this evening in this meeting, Judge Burnett was up here and he was being confirmed as his position as the new city attorney. A question arose which caused me to pause, and I'm not attacking anybody, but the question was, will you move to the city of Warren? Now, I understand the person's point about a person having a vested interest within the city and everything else, and it's a good question, but the thing that gets me is we should be more focused on getting the most qualified and educated people for certain positions, not them moving into the city. Case in point, we had Dave Richards. When he was the city attorney, he was never asked to move to the city of Warren. We had Commissioner Dwyer. He also lived outside of Warren. Both those gentlemen did an outstanding job representing the citizens of Warren, and they were never asked to move to the city of Warren. Although the person who asked the question had a good, valid point, I think we should focus more on the person with the most education, best for the job, most qualified, and who would do the best for us. Thank you and have a blessed day.
Thank you very much. Our next agenda item.
26B, Councilman Mark List discussion in Ray proposal to schedule committee of the whole meeting to draft council districts.
Madam Chair, I'd like to move the resolution.
Motion by Mr. Liss. Support by Ms. Comartin.
I am going to ask just for one committee of the whole meeting so that we can meet in that committee of the whole meeting, figure out what we want to do. But the other part of the resolution, and I'm not going to talk for a while, and we've already talked about this issue a great deal, is to purchase the software called Maptitude. I've literally talked to a dozen people about this program. It apparently is the cat's meow. The Democratic Party uses it. The Republican Party uses it. The Green Party uses it. Consultants up in Lansing. It's $3,500. It's designed for apportionment. And it was recommended that we also, in my resolutions, that we purchase whatever necessary hardware. The only necessary hardware we probably need is a wider screen. You know, 25-inch screen, 27-inch monitor, which costs $500. So I'm moving that we have one committee of the whole meeting to decide what we want to do, and we purchase the software for use for the city council, and or maybe whatever, however is resolved with the commission, and we take the money out of unallocated administrator for the city council budget.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Pope.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Lewis, would you consider that we schedule a committee of the whole And at the committee of the whole, we discuss the purchase or the software,
Sure.
hardware,
Sure,
instead of deciding on that now?
sure, sure.
Thank you.
I apologize that I did not include and I wanted to, it's just the matter I didn't attach it to the file when I sent it to the council office. But you can look it up online. There's really only 2 or 3 programs that do this. But yeah, so I'll move for a committee of the whole meeting, and then we can discuss all this at the committee of the whole meeting.
I'm still supporting the committee of the whole.
Discussion.
When, date certain?
I'm open, a half hour before the next meeting. Hour before the next meeting.
Discussion, Mr. Bacamino?
Yes, I just want to say I will support this because I think in the spirit of what we talked about earlier, we're being prepared. If a deck statement is passed next agenda item and we get a ruling, we're moving forward. However, I wish we would have done the same for the apportionment committee. They're not going to be as ready as we are. I also think duplicity, maybe the cost of this software could be shared. It's good software.
It's a one license.
That's the point I'm making. We're going to have to, the apportionment committee, even if just the 3, the clerk, the assessor, and the city attorney, Mr. Biernat, meet, they're going to need software too. It is only one license, so I'm trying to find, we can talk about this at the meeting of the whole, but I will support this. I wish we would have supported the apportionment committee, and maybe we could have had all of our bets covered. If the circuit court rules in favor of the apportionment committee, they're at a disadvantage now. If they come back and rule in our favor, we're already moving ahead.
May I just
That's
clarify
fine.
on the software?
I support you, yes.
It's one user at a time. So,
Okay.
it's one license, but it's one user at a time, so 20 people can use it, just not at the same
I'll
time.
support it to keep the ball rolling. Thank you.
Any further discussion? I just want to state real quickly that although I agree with the overall attempt, I will not support the motion in the fact that I think much as the apportionment committee appointments, I think it's premature, pending hopefully the affirmative decision to seek a deck action, and the fact that until we have that determination, we're not, as far as purchasing software or anything else, it was clearly stated we're not going to have the information we need until sometime in March to move forward. I don't think delaying this would be detrimental to the cause.
Madam Chair, if I may,
Mr. Liss.
I would like to respond to that. No, I don't think necessarily delaying it, but if we can decide on the software and decide at least preliminarily how we're going to act, the district and commission is going to almost have to use some software. The official census numbers won't be available. The reapportionment census numbers that are required by United States statute will not be officially available till March 31st. This means that who's ever going to be drafting this has 1 month. Now, I want to tell you how hard that might be. The state legislature gets 2 years. Macomb County, when they redid the districts, had a year. So we've got 1 month.
Madam Chair?
Mr. Sadowski?
I agree with you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Stevens?
Short and simple.
If I may, I guess this is, and it could even wait till my item comes up, but on this issue, I guess I need to know, Mr. Liss, if I may, through the chair to Mr. Liss, assuming that the deck action, the next item passes, and you will go by whatever that deck action says, is that correct? Either way, I mean, you agree that.
What are you going to do, protest with a picket?
Whatever, you're.
I'm a lawyer. I took an oath of office for both being a lawyer and here. The judge says X, it's X. I'm not sure why you're asking. Are you going to follow the law?
Exactly.
Well, right, okay, yeah, sure.
That's all I needed to know so that I could vote for your item.
Okay, with that, I'll call the question. Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Bacamino?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
No.
Mr. Sadowski?
No.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Camp no. The item passed 6-3.
Item 26C, Assistant Council Secretary Scott C. Stevens, discussion in re direction from City Council to the City Attorney to request a declaratory judgment from the Circuit Court of Macomb County concerning who is required by law to determine the council districts.
I'll make the motion, or move the motion to...
I'll support it.
And discussion, if I may, very quickly.
Motion by Mr. Stevens, support by Ms. Vogt. Discussion, Mr. Stevens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Obviously, we've beat this horse. Yeah, regardless of what, we ran him over with the cart and everything else. But I'm hesitant about even saying this, but I want to remind you that several months ago, I had an item on the agenda, and at that time, it was to ask for a Attorney General opinion to this. And in fact, it was before the election, because I feared that this was going to happen in advance. And I did hope that the mayor was going to ask for the deck action. It didn't happen. So here we are tonight, and I ask for your support on this. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Comartin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the chair to Mr. Stevens, I just want to make sure that when we do this, that we put a checklist together or some important documents that has everything put into perspective what we've received so far. In other words, you know, we had the Home Rule City Act, we had what came from the opinion, those type of things, to have all that put together as a package to go forward with it. So we have some documentation that came forward, and maybe even the minutes of our meetings and discussion.
If I may, I think it would be prudent, because you had reference to a lot of the very poignant parts that I think a lot of us were questioning. If you could maybe forward that to Mr. Sadowski to send with the resolution, that would probably be the best way to ensure that that gets incorporated.
Sure, absolutely. Thank you.
Any other discussion?
Madam
Mr.
Chair.
Bacamino?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the chair to Mr. Stevens, is there a time frame that we can expect, I guess either to you or to the city attorney? I mean, this is kind of open-ended. Is the circuit court going to make this a priority? How do we get this answer before, as Mr. List said, I mean, 1 month, you know, we don't have control of the circuit court, so what can we expect? What's reasonable? Or either Ms. Michaels or Mr. Stevens?
Ms. Michaels?
Would you make an, amendment to have a time frame by February, expect something back? Can we do that?
Can we request an emergency one?
I mean, I'm asking because Mr. List makes a valid point.
We'd have to file the complaint as soon as possible. We have no control over the court docket management, but we can file a motion for a hearing shortly after filing.
I've heard maybe a month is a reasonable amount of times that, because we don't know, do we? We honestly don't know. It could take a month, or the dockets are full, longer. We only can control the filing part of this.
Well, we would have to file a brief, then file a motion. Normally, we would receive a hearing date within 9 days of filing the motion.
Don't we know a former
So-
judge there?
Yeah, maybe, because I agree with Mr. Stevens.
I would hope that Judge Biernet will be presiding over this matter.
Oh, for the next meeting, thank you. And again, I think Mr. Stevens is right, he did kind of predict, remember?
With procedures for declaratory judgment
Yep.
claims, and I know it would take a brief and getting a hearing date before the judge.
So maybe a month, right? Maybe 3 weeks to a month, I'm thinking, hopefully. And I know Mr. Stevens, I agree with you, you did mention several times at the town hall meeting that sadly this may be where we had to go, and here we are. So you sort of had a vision back when at town hall meeting, Mr. Warner, you and I hosted. I am concerned about the time frame, though, because had we done this maybe in November, December, if it takes a month, we would have already had that. We could be moving forward, but instead, better late than never. Thank you.
If I may add one thing, Mr. Chair. Sometimes when there's a deck action, declaratory judgment action, the court may require evidence. That is within the discretion of the judge. But they may order an immediate hearing and take testimony.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Warner?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the chair to Mr. Stevens, would you like to include, as Mr. Liss had mentioned, it was omitted in the ballot language, the question of terms?
Chapter 5.1.
Chapter 5.1, yeah.
Yeah, we can, that's part of the change.
I would be willing to amend this to
Okay.
include Chapter 5.1. If I may, real quickly, I did speak to somebody that is familiar with this kind of thing, and they said the courts will treat this kind of like a FOIA. It gets attention, because it's public issue type thing, so they may address it right away.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Liss?
Now I forgot what it was. Just a brief note. One of the reasons I didn't vote for sending this to the Attorney General is because the Attorney General won't listen to us. The Attorney General only has official duties to the elected, elected officials. And even then, does not necessarily have to give an opinion on everything. So if the governor has her opinion, yeah, probably, but city council from Warren, that's the only reason.
All right, with that, I'll call the question. Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Mr. Bachamino?
Yes.
Ms. Martin?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously.
Motion adjourned.
Motion by Mr. Green to adjourn, support by Ms. Vogt. All in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed, the meeting has adjourned at 1:56 a.m.